When the union's inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? But the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. Is there aught we hold in common with the greedy parasite, who would lash us into serfdom and would crush us with his might? Is there anything left to us but to organize and fight? For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong.
They say our day is over, they say our time is through. They say you need no union if your collar isn't blue. Well, that is just another lie the boss is telling you, for the union makes us strong.
Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They divide us by our color, they divide us by our tongue. They divide us men and women, they divide us old and young. But they'll tremble at our voices when they hear these verses sung. For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They have taken untold millions that they never toiled to earn. But without our brain and muscle, not a single wheel can turn. We can break their haughty power, gain our freedom when we learn that the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. In our hands is placed a power greater than their hoarded gold, greater than the might of armies magnified 1,000-fold. We can bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong.
When the people's will is swayed by a con man's cheap charade, despite the crass misogyny and blatant hypocrisy, when the fascist voices swell, we hear echoes of the past. They vilify the immigrants, the leftists and outcasts, when the opposition croaks and the people just don't vote for the same old tired rhetoric of neoliberal politics. We must organize the fight for our universal rights, for democracy and empathy to permeate this life. For it's not the immigrant who labors for some bread, who's making us toil till we drop dead. No, it's not minorities or peer-reviewed authorities or queer folks and trans folks or a multitude of deities. I say, all are your comrades and none are your enemies in the momentous fight against all bourgeois priorities. Freedom is not those traditional values crafted from bigotry and classist realities. Freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. For the laws of this land have us used and abused, owned and subordinate to our patriarchal roots. I say it's high time we reinvent this whole operation to make mutual benefit our sole occupation. Because freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. Here we go. Yes, freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. Rise, proletariat, and make them cower. A seed forged from the echoes of falsehoods and lies. The law bends and breaks as the ruler decides. No throne yet he'd reign with a scepter and pen. The people subject to the will of one man. 'Cause nowhere is safe in this world of change. Consent is manufactured through bigotry and rage. So billionaires and fascists can rule without a fight, but their will can be broken if the people unite. An empire built on the backs of the poor, centuries of suffering as the profit margins soar. Through violent submission and million-dollar bribes, our government sold out to private enterprise. 'Cause nowhere is safe in this world of change. Consent is manufactured through bigotry and rage. So billionaires and fascists can rule without a fight, but their will can be broken if the people unite. Through Christo-fascist fantasies of race and purity, they condition our people to scorn humanity. We abandon Ukraine to the Russian advance, while we arm the Israelis as they burn the Levant. 'Cause nowhere is safe in this world of change. Consent is manufactured through bigotry and rage. So billionaires and fascists can rule without a fight, but their will can be broken if the people unite. We need more than hope, we need people to rise. No more denial or political lies. In the wreckage and ruin, the truth starts to show. Our choices have led us to this world of woe. 'Cause nowhere is safe in this world of change. Consent is manufactured through bigotry and rage. So billionaires and fascists can rule without a fight, but their will can be broken if the people unite. But their will can be broken if the people unite.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Metal Kitty Mom. It has been a bit, but know that you've been missed. Hello, Ashley, Jay, Curtis. Hello, Mr. Malachite. Hello, Salmon Moose.
How can we all have died at the same time?
Hello, Hammock. Happy Trans Day of Visibility to you as well. Happy day to all of you who are here, proving that you are not transphobic by being here. Hello, Amber Brains. Hello, Nethercat. Hello, Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog I know. Hello, Sea Beans. Hello, Failsafe. Hello, Jay. Hello, Polly has his cracker. Hello, Soapy Bliss. Hello, Taz Millie's Hero. Hello, Carly. Hello, Twin Tails. Hello, Alan Aristresner. Hello, Sticky Nug. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, Firecrafted Gaming. Hello, Mas. Hello, Big Roy. Not to be confused with Little Roy. Hello, Amador. Hello, Zach Fletcher. Hello, Blueberry Bumblebee. Hello, Danger Days. Hello, Princess Fiona. Hello, Ectobiologist. Hello, Ashadina Merriweather. Hello, Lidani's Kunst. Hello, Bastion. Hello, Qberry Shortcake. Hello, Kayla. Hello, Hundo. Hello, one and all. Hello, Admin. Not to be confused with Admin. Hello, Tiu Scoops. Hello, Techno Tenor. Or Techno Tenore? Help, I'm not transphobic, and now I'm trapped. I can't leave. It's true! You have to be here the entire time, otherwise you're transphobic. Or you can donate, and you will be cleansed of your transphobic sins. Hello, Anadexis! Hello, Nine-Tailed Witch! Not always able to join, but I'm lurking here and there. Got a lot going on. That is okay. There is a lot going on. Every time you say my name right, I shed a little tear of gratitude. Would you like a pizza? I would, except that I'm too anxious to eat it. So maybe I'll take a rain check on that one, Paladin, because I really want the pizza, but I don't know that I can eat it. Also, maybe tomorrow, if the offer is still good, because my partner and I will both be here, and I think maybe our powers combined will be able to eat a pizza. I'm short on cash, but I will like the stream. Hell yeah, that's the kind of go-getting attitude. But it's buy a trans woman a pizza day. I can't eat it because I'm everything's awful. I'm surviving on caffeine and spite and hot sauce. That probably explains my stomach issues, to be honest. But thank you very much for the offer. As a trans woman, I'm a trans woman and I eat pizza. That's true. There are a lot of trans women in here who will eat some za. Paladin, Salmon Moose. I'm seeing a few names, a few hands raised for pizza. Why can't Jack eat? Because my job is paying attention to the world.
Virtual pizza has been added to your inventory.
Jazz Dog, thank you for the $5 dono and for being the person to kick off stream today. Thank you for being the first person to support stream and to prove that you're not transphobic. Huzzah! Huzzah! Yes, any trans women in chat who would like a pizza, reach out to Paladin Lost in Discord. Dude is good for it. Dude will ensure pizza flows into your abode. You can have a liquid pizza? That sounds so foul. I can't even begin to properly imagine that. Is pizza woke now? Well, it must be, because now that we've sufficiently marginalized African Americans in this country, now it's the Italians' turn. You know? Now being Italian is too woke. That's why they went after Luigi. That was a bit. That was a bit. For all of you, that was a bit. Yo, Metal Kitty Mom! Back in the Za factory, slinging that hot slice. All you have to do is put pizza in a blender. That still sounds foul. You understand how that doesn't make it sound great, right? Are they coming for me for that I don't know. Sorry, Italians, you're back to not being white, I guess. Yeah, it's true. Pretty soon, I'll be too swarthy with my, Swedish cur of a heritage. You know what I found out this weekend? Fun fact about my bloodline. according to my grandmother. Apparently one of my grandmother's like ancestors was the concubine for the king of Sweden, or a concubine for the king of Sweden. So, I feel pretty good about that. I think that's pretty cool. We got a long uninterrupted line of like farmers, preachers, and then one up and go getter entrepreneur of a hottie, you know? A baddie with attitude. And then back to farming again. Yo, shout out to Samlia, my Swedish trans girlfriend. Hell yeah. Did that ancestor actually have a choice? My understanding is generally no. If the king takes a fancy to you, you donezo. But it was also like, if you're a farmer, there's very little upward mobility unless the king takes interest in you. So like, maybe it wasn't all bad. I'm reading multiple chats at once. So I read, did he buy her things that she was needing, like a townhouse and racing horses? And then I read another chat where it said, and a cannoli. And just in my head, it combined those two completely unrelated chatters' comments into one. And you know what? I hope that she got a townhouse and racing horses and a cannoli from the King of Sweden. I hope that for her. Should have been a diving horse. Cannolis for concubines. Yeah, shortened, that group's name shortened also fits for concubine work. Why did the phobes come out around this time of year? Got attacked yesterday in my DMs. Yeah, the winter thaw is happening, and they're waking up from their slurry of conservative propaganda, and they've got nothing better to do. They're swarming over like the comments of some of my videos too. It's really, the amount of Elon Musk cock that they gargle for free is kind of insane, But hey, I'm not faulting anyone for having hobbies these days, I guess. Conservatives are so servile. Yeah, they like to play act at being like warriors for freedom and justice, but then they're like, oh yeah, haha, the Constitution being trampled with no due process for criminals, haha, the very things that King George would have done, did do as a king, haha, we actually love that. Fucking redcoat simps if I ever saw one, Like, I don't know. Something in my American heart just says, if you're licking the boots of some would-be redcoat in 2025, like, you're a fucking traitor to the Republic, That's kind of where I'm at, if it tells you anything about where my head is at these days. They got that peasant brain, and as Hassan calls it, it's worse than peasant brain, because like peasants knew that they were getting fucked. Like they weren't like they peasants in like feudalism weren't like, ah yeah, I'm getting the short end of the stick, but I like it. They felt and believed things antithetical to the monarchy the entire time. Like the peasants actually like revolted. They would actually go, you know what? We're probably all gonna die horrible deaths, but you know what? Fuck this feudal lord in particular. That happened so many times throughout feudalism, and like people died en masse just to say fuck you to the system. And like, I don't know. I think there's something like worse about people who are like, you know what? Yes, we are being oppressed under that same system, and we like it. You know, it's cowardice. It's plain and simple. Like, conservatives play act at patriotism and bravery, and they know neither. Who's Peasant Brian? I think he's the newest addition to the Riverboat Jack cinematic universe. Um, God. Hello, Odd Spectre. Hey Jack, just saw your video on the immigrants enslaved by Trump. I'm kind of seething a bit. Is this going to be a hard stream to watch in an emotional regard? Um, yes, but later. I'll give a content warning before we get into some of the truly depraved stuff. Hello, Geoduck Geoscience. Hi, Riverboat Jack. I'm so not transphobic that I'm actually trans. Huzzah! However, I do know trans people who are transphobic. That does not absolve you. But you're here, and that does absolve you. How attached are you to the idea of democracy? Pretty attached. Yeah, I'm doing a little interview about that very phenomenon later this week. Now, folks, before we get too deep into stream, hit that follow button on Twitch, hit that subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs, those donos, those super chats, because those folks, those are what keep me alive and what prove that you're not transphobic. Now go. I was trying to think of like a universal trans fave. Go with Blahaj. There we go. Nailed it. Go with public transit. Oh, mommy. Nya. Appreciate you teaching me how to fight for my rights. Hell yeah, Princess Fiona. We're going to be doing that today, too. Also, just real quick, I got some good news. On the personal front, folks, do you like trans people? Because I've got a semi-official announcement to make. And it is very specifically, do you like this bra that is underneath my my outfit here? Because I like this bra. And fun fact, you all can also buy this bra. This is one of the pre-production Imogene Olivia bras made specifically for trans people in mind. And it is we just put in our mass order to the factory. We are officially in production, folks. We are officially having our first season in
Me,
production.
transphobic? Ha. BWA and trans power bitches.
Ashley J. Curtis, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs and injecting that BWA. Wait, what's the brand? The brand, my friends, is Imogene Olivia. ImogeneOlivia.com. Let me throw it up on the old website for you. The website might be a bit touchy. Oh no. Okay. Ooh, the website is down. I think it's getting updated. That's right, folks. We are working with a factory in China. Super, super exciting. I was actually wanting to mention Great Fit. Yeah. My partner will be coming on to talk in a couple of days, maybe tomorrow, about everything to do with the bra, the manufacturing process, take questions from you guys. Will there be different sizes? Yes, it is being made both the top and the bottom to be like inclusive of trans femme anatomy. So there you go. It's not down for you. Yeah, I don't know why it's not not appearing on screen for me. Maybe I can open it in a different browser. Ba-ba-ba-da-ba. Ba-ba-ba-da-ba. Ba-da-ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, what the hell? Yeah, it's not opening for me, but I don't know why. That being said, ImageneOlivia.com, folks. You can subscribe to, or not subscribe, but you can put your email in for alerts on when these go on sale. Genuine question: how have you ensured that the labor being used for production is ethical? We actually work with a liaison in China who does like surprise inspections of the factory so that like they don't have time to like clean up like any unethical acts. And so that liaison is also used by like a couple other folks in the manufacturing business in order to make sure that like they're adhering to labor standards and like not, because what ends up happening in a lot of like larger manufacturing deals in China is that you get like a quality assurance company to work with, right? And then they make an appointment to visit a factory, and prior to that appointment everything that gets cleaned up, all of the abused workers get hidden, etc., etc. And that's how you get like these supply chain stories of like, we didn't know that they were using slave labor. And we have actually have like an expert like who goes in stealthily to like check out the companies, making sure they're adhering. So that's one of the things we're doing. I just got here. Am I about to buy Jack themed lingerie? You can't quite buy it yet, but this bra was specifically made for trans folks. And to be fair, it is not an underwire bra. This is actually a bralette, which has surprisingly good support. Like, I like it a lot. But yeah. This is hella cute. It has like a good cut. It's super comfy. I wore it all day yesterday, first day wearing it, and I can tell you guys it is super comfy, which is surprising because the bra I usually wear is not super comfy. Like at the end of the day when I take it off, it has kind of like that feeling of like taking off a sock where you're like, freedom. This one it doesn't do that. It's just comfy. Salmon Moose says, yeah, we had so many problems when we manufactured in China. We eventually had to send someone over from Australia to manage the production. Yeah. My wife asked, how big do you go? Right now, I think we go up to XXL. our sizing is going to be a bit different than what folks might be used to, because this sizing is more oriented towards trans people. So that doesn't really, me telling you we go up to XXL at the moment doesn't tell you that much. Especially because in our first season, one of the things we're going to be doing is we're going to be getting sizing information from folks so that we can expand sizing quickly after this initial season. Like, the goal is to have much more inclusive sizing as we go forward. It's just it's the first season, and you can't order like a bajillion pairs of every size, which is one of the challenges, you know? I think the sock thing is a TISM thing. Is it really? Because my okay, TISM people have very strong feelings about socks, one way or the other. Um, I'm a 40 double D. We should be able to accommodate that. But again, my partner will be coming on tomorrow or Wednesday to talk about sizing, and she's the one who's like handling all of that and can give you a much better idea of like where the sizing is for season 1 and where we're going to take it in season 2. Ladani Kunst? Nah, same here. Hello, B. Parker. Thank you for the link. I did a bit of phone banking the last 2 days. Hell yeah, Cyrex! That's what I love to see! So yeah, it fits well. It's cute. Like, I don't know, I like it a lot. And you should too. And we're gonna have more styles, more colors, more everything coming in the near future. But if you guys want to get in on that and submit some sizing info and sign up for updates, ImogeneOlivia.com. Hello, Breezy Brown Hyena. And of course, like, cis people can wear it too. It's not, there's no trans femme detecting technology in the undergarments. Riverboat Jack needs you to wear this cute bra. True. True. Will she have any info on pricing? Yes. She will indeed. I think there's going to be like some pre-order like discounts, etc. How do you spell the website? Here, let me just that should be the website. Still not showing up for me. That's so weird. I'm just getting like a blank page. Huh. Bizarre. Open it incognito. Will that work for some reason? Nope. Okay. Can you put the link in chat? Yes, I can. This should be the link. There you go. There you go. I'm gonna need them panties from the front page. Those are also going to be part, like it's a first set. Like this bra and those panties go together. There's gonna be a comfort fit of panty, and there's also going to be kind of a smoothing fit of panty. So if you like those panties on that on Imogene Olivia's page, um, that is going to you can get both of those. You can get the bra and a panty, or bra and both panties. The Yeah, it should all be like pretty self-explanatory. The smoothing fit, etc. Will there be more butch options? Not at the moment. Like the plan for it is, and idea of it is more trans femme lingerie. The idea being in like the future, we'd probably add stuff produced by like other like trans friendly companies for like butch options to the online store on our website. Is it going to be smoothing like what you can get from Leo Lines? I don't know what Leo Lines is, but the smoothing is basically, if you're, pre-op or just non-op, the idea being that the comfort fit will accommodate your bits, and the smoothing fit will also accommodate your bits, but kind of flatten them out a bit more. Both without the need for tucking. Like that's the general idea. Like underoos you can wear without tucking if you wanted to. It's so you can tuck without actually tucking. Yeah, exactly. I'm not familiar with Leo lines, but I'll check them out. It's hard finding good undergarments. Exactly. Oftentimes for trans folks, you have to either go like individually made or just relatively unattractive, like you have to go handmade, relatively unattractive, kind of unisex, like not very cute underwear, or you have to just like fit yourself into like cisgender heterosexual norms. And like that's fine if you can do that, but not everyone can do that, Isn't butch lingerie just a flannel bikini? Can someone explain the general purpose of lingerie? To look and feel cute. There you go. Yeah, geoduck geoscience, like people who have gotten used to tucking, like it's fine, but like god damn, it sucks that like trans people feel the need like they have to learn that. And like it'd be cool if we had more underwear that allowed people to like not have to do that. That's kind of the point of the Imogene Olivia. Increase your charm stat. Exactly. Alan Showerman went to the school of Diogenes, I see. I told my trans partner about the clothing line, so if you need another model, she'd be down to do it. Hell yeah, Sweet Myths. Let's go. And we will need we will need people to like try it on and like send photos so that we can like figure out how the fit works. So I'll talk more about that with my partner tomorrow or Wednesday. Everyone should get to enjoy sexy undergarments. I'm saying this as a former burlesque performer. It's fun and empowering to get to look sexy. True! Which is also why, like, I don't want to tell you guys, like, this is only for trans women, because it's not just for trans women. The marketing is just towards trans femmes. And, like, if you're a cis guy and you want to, like, cross dress, or you just want to feel feminine and cute, like, you can wear this stuff too. But, like, that isn't going to be the push for our marketing, you know? Hey, Timothy Bell. The one of the things that I noticed when, like, we were doing a lot of our background research was that, like, there are a lot of companies that gear themselves towards, like, cross-dressing, and they market towards cross-dressers. But, like, as a trans person, like, that doesn't feel good to, like, go for that. Does that make sense? So, like, I think that they're, like, despite the fact that our products would fit cis people if they so chose, like, our marketing is going to be more towards, like, trans femmes, you know? Femboys welcome. Yes. Gives Jack another reason to post thirst traps. It's true. I'm gonna have to get shredded for the photo shoots. I second that as a former burlesque performer as well. Sexy undies make the world of difference and self-confidence. True. Yeah, I'm really excited for Clarice. Like, it's been a lifelong dream of hers, and, like, it's happening, guys. It's happening. It's so good. Also, lace feels nice down there. It does. And our lace is so soft. We went and, like, we found, like, some really fucking good lace. You know? Like, it's just nice. I've never worn lace. Oftentimes, like, people will try on cheap lace garments, and if you get cheap lace, it hurts. It is an uncomfortable material. But if you get, like, good lace, that's some good shit. It's so comfy. Honestly, I'd kind of given up wearing lingerie, so this is pretty hype. Yeah, I'm really excited to, like, cut a like, a promo video, you know? Oh, I should switch my YouTube chat to live chat so I can see all of you equally. There we go. Are you looking at all kinds of colors or just a few? Um, well, at the beginning, what we're going to be doing is we're probably going to be having, like, some kind of, like, customer voting mechanism. Like, people who get the newsletter can, like, vote on what colors they'd like to see in the future, and, like, submit sizing so that we can, like, get a better idea of, like, how much to produce in different sizes, that kind of thing. So, like, we can't gear up the number of sizes super quick, just because we're, like, just starting out, you know? We need to figure out kind of, like, how to be more sustainable. We've been pretty good up to this point, but, like, we're gonna have to, like, take that into account, because if you're doing multiple colors, then you have to start, like, doing, you know, it, it gets complicated very quickly. The amount of stuff you have to create and then have on hand. But the goal is, yes, to have more colors, more sizes, etc. Shrub girl, same. Jack is now competing with Linus Tech Tips in the YouTuber underwear market. Does Linus Tech Tips sell underwear now? Why? Are his underpants microchipped? I'm confused. Archangel!
Almost at 50 months.
50 months! Well, 49 months, but look at you. Thank you very much for supporting stream. Let's go! Any good philosophers who are socialists? I don't think you need, like, one, almost certainly, and two, like, I don't really think you need philosophers to be socialist. I think it's just an accurate description of the world. Kind of like you don't need like a philosopher to back up like physics. You know? Are the Tech Tip undies Bluetooth enabled? They better have some like air conditioning in there. I sell leggings and t-shirts so we can be YouTube clothes competitors too. Hell yeah. Oh, Mini-Me, we'll get to all of the downers. Just let us hang out for a little bit. Don't you guys worry. My gawk needs hella AC. Yeah, better get some liquid cooling in my thongs. You guys hear about the Spats town hall? Boy, have I.
Trump did it last time what he tried. If you see the
Boy, have I.
wave in the
Anyway, it's a little fun preview of something from later in the stream. It's fun to talk about underwear. I agree. Did you see the Walls Beto rally in Texas? Boy, did I.
Ladies and gentlemen, Governor Tim Walz!
Dog, this guy's like a fucking movie star. He's just like, fuck yeah, everyone, hell yeah, like just coming in like a fucking rock star. It's crazy. He's so folksy. Did you hear about the Grums shit? Like tangentially, but I have to be completely honest. I don't give a shit. Like, does that make me bad? Does it make me bad that I just do not give a single shit about that man? I feel like talking about him gives him more strength, and I seek to rob him of that strength. Will you cover the battle for Wisconsin? If you're talking about the election tomorrow, yes, I will. We've got so much to talk about tonight, and I'm kind of delaying, but like it's nice to just kind of chat with you guys about underwear and see what your concerns are. Are your undies going to come in thongs? Maybe eventually, but the initial run is kind of geared towards like having that smoothing fit of like a comfortable pair of panties that match like a cute top. And we're like from here on out, like we're gonna go a little bit more interesting. But we wanted to like start with like a basic staple of underwear, like a bralette that can serve as like a main piece, and then like comfortable panties that can match that bralette and make you feel cute without being like uncomfortable. And so we have a comfort fit that just kind of allows you to hang, and then we also have a smoothing fit that helps kind of keep all your bits in a little bit more, both of which are very comfortable. I wore them yesterday. And the idea is in our second season, we want to launch an enhancing fit for people who want to wear cute underwear and like not tuck and to just like be like, fuck yeah, I got a girl dick. You know, like that's kind of like that's kind of like where we want to go in the second season, to have that kind of fit, and I think that's gonna be fucking hot, Simric, exactly. Um, and like I think that'll be great. But yeah, it's not none of them are tucking underwear. You can of course tuck with them, but they're not designed for you needing to tuck. Not a single one. Actually sounds awesome. Yeah. When will it be ready for us to buy? We literally just put in our mass production order, and it could be a turnaround of like, a few weeks to like a month or so. It kind of depends on where they can fit us in the production schedule they've got going on. But my partner will be able to talk more about that, and also like once they get here, we have to like get everything like running with our first like opening it up for sales. So like it's going to be like a little bit, but the goal is to sell sometime during June or the beginning of July. Simric, we're working with a factory in China. And I don't know if the factory is unionized. Probably not, because it's in China. However, we do have an inspector that we work with to go to the factory unannounced and can like confirm to us that like not using like slave labor or sweatshop conditions, nothing like that. People are equitably paid, etc. So, yeah. And we were looking at product we were looking at producing in the United States, but then we found out that one of the places we were looking at possibly doing manufacturing that said that it was like I think they said they were unionized, or like they talked about they talked a big game about like treating their employees well, and we found out that that was absolutely not the case, and they were basically using undocumented immigrants for cheap labor and threatening them into silence. So like that kind of got us like looking at other options. um I've given a trans person a pizza. Dobby is free! Hell yeah, Paladin. Also, folks, we've been going for about an hour now, and if you're not transphobic, consider dropping those subs, those donos, those super chats, those memberships, etc., because this stream is made possible by viewers like you. Couldn't do it without you guys. Oh shit, is it Trans Day of Visibility? It is! So in about 2 to 3 months, prepare for Jack to get on stream and start crying because everything has been bought. Oh man, that'll be so cool if that does happen. Have I heard about the dead domain takedown of Brianna Wu they're doing? Yeah, I'm gonna be talking a little bit about that. So I may or may not be sitting down with dead domain later this week. Not on stream, Gamer G, just for a rousing interview. The other thing is that like the other thing is that bra manufacturing is very different than other manufacturing processes. It's not like you can't just go to like a shirt factory and like have them make a bra. Like there are a handful of places that can do that. Wait, so like the U.S. agricultural industry? Yes, exactly like that, actually. Is your what? Alan Showerman, I'm not really sure. Dead boat. What are you, Neandrat? What are you guys talking about? Why are you combining my name like that? Morgan Drewy, thank you for the $1 super chat. For this day of trans visibility, give your local trans person $50 and a hug. True. Wait, Bastion. No, we are doing a collab. Liz Galhead, yes. So anyway, we're gonna be doing a lot of shit, a lot of cool shit. Dead Jack sounds metal. It does. Riverboat domain. I gave my closest trans woman a hug and made her help me move my mattress. Fair. Domain expansion, eternal riverboat. Hell yeah. All right, are you guys ready? Should we go? We've been going for about an hour now. Let's go. Let's go. Sake Tanuki.
Conservatives don't want to recognize Trans Day of Visibility because they're terrified that doing so means they understand trans people have visibility powers.
It's true, we're a bunch of Sue Storms. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, Sake Tanuki, and thank you for not being transphobic. Appreciate it. Josie Wozy, thank you for the $10 super chat. Thank you for not being transphobic.
I told my trans students Happy Visibility Day today. You can never be too careful in SC Public Ed, but I want them to feel appreciated.
Honestly, brave and based. Good on you, okay? Because, like, it's scary out there. Dustin the Damned, thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub over in Twitch chat. Thank you for not being transphobic. All right, folks. You guys ready? You guys ready to dunk on some conservatives in a rapid fashion? And then to talk about a few good things to kind of like preface kind of where we're at right now. Simric, thank you for the $10 super chat. I called my trans nephew and told him I loved him. I also called him an asshole as he grows a better beard than me. Thank you for that's honestly amazing. I don't know why text-to-speech isn't working, but I really fucking appreciate it. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Yeah, I don't know why text-to-speech isn't working. All right, folks. Let's get it on, shall we? We're gonna like I'm gonna start by dunking on one conservative in particular, and then the entire Trump administration, and then we're gonna talk about good things, okay? For a bit. Morgan Drury, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Today is Trans Day of Visibility. Tomorrow is May Day, trans rights, worker rights. True. And May Day, also known as Trans Day of Vengeance. We have the best peepo here. We do, Jess. We got some good peepo in this business. All right. You guys ready? Here we go. Oh, before we go, one last thing. I did add a bunch of sound clips to the soundboard, so now we have "You look like a bitch."
That was some weird shit.
Of course! Space!
Obama.
We got a bunch of high quality sound clips, and I'm very excited for them. Wait, is it May Day or April Fool's Day? Ah, god damn it. So it can't be May Day on April Fool's Day. That doesn't make any sense. Obama. All right. Here we go, folks. So, folks, there's this guy named Charlie Kirk, and I think Charlie taps into kind of the tendency of the conservative movement of the day to really just not understand where America is at the given moment in time. And like it's fascinating to see, right? Like Charlie is just, it's head in the sand mentality. It is simply, I am right. I must ignore the evidence of my eyes and ears. I must ignore whatever the experts are saying because I am right, and we are going to burn everything down to show how right I am. That's kind of like the current conservative mentality, at least as far as like conservatives in power go, right? And I think nothing to me really indicates this more than this 1 minute clip that went a little bit viral a couple days ago. And it's from a Turning Point USA event on like a college campus somewhere. And Charlie just has a bizarre take on child hunger. Let's throw it up.
Do you think that there should be free school lunch for all children?
No.
Why?
Of course not. Because parents should feed their kids, not the government.
What if they can't?
Go get a job.
A child? You
No,
want child
the parents should go get the job.
Yeah.
This is important.
I don't believe they
believe...
have jobs and they can't support their children there because the minimum wage is so low.
No, you are a dumb dude. Don't give me this stuff. First of all, this is really
I want children to eat?
Of course I do. Show me a single child in America going hungry. Doesn't exist. Number two.
I'm just gonna like pause right there. Show me a single child going hungry in America. It doesn't exist. Not even like the like you can maybe like follow him if you're a conservative. I can see you like following him and saying like, yeah, the parents should get the job. Parents should get the job and like support the kids. They should support their kids. But like I think that even if you are a conservative, what should send up the biggest possible alarm bell in your head that this particular argument is full of shit is the fact that he says no child is going hungry in America. Show me a child. Like, this is just someone who is hopelessly out of touch. Hopelessly out of touch. Because, guys, 20% of all children in America are what is called food insecure. All right? What that means is they do not know where their next meal is coming from. And they do not have enough to eat. So they live in a constant state of precarity where they do not know if or when they are going to eat. And one of the reasons states like Minnesota have passed bills in order to ensure that school kids get like free breakfast and free lunch is because it's pretty, and because of the pretty obvious, which is that if a child doesn't have enough to eat for whatever reason, they do not learn as well because they're busy starving. Children need calories in order to think and grow. This is not rocket science. And like for the conservatives out there, like if you're saying but the parents should have jobs that can support their children, like yeah, I agree with you. But the issue is from a policy perspective, regardless of what circumstances or what reasons a child does not have food in their home, there should be policies in place that ensure children get that food. We don't know what goes on in every single home. We don't know if parents are, doing drugs or if they get in a serious car accident. We don't know. We don't know what's going on in any given household. There's no way for us to know. But what we do know is what happens to every kid when they get into a school. And we, as taxpayers, have and members of the community, have a way to ensure that those kids get the food that they need. And that's by passing legislation that ensures that those schools provide food to those kids, regardless of their circumstances. That's the entire purpose. And you could say, well, the adults should have better jobs. They obviously, like, if a parent has a job, like, the kid can eat, and that's just not the case all the time. The minimum wage is like in some states is like $7 an hour. You do not get enough to get by. And we know that. And it's not the parents' fault for like having to work a job at Walmart in a rural town. It's not their fault that all the other jobs dried up because the factory died. It's not their fault that all the mom and pop stores closed down because Walmart came in, opened up, and drove everything out of business before it jacked up their prices. It's not their fault. And you can say, well, why not just get a better job? Because not everyone can go get a better job. Better jobs don't just grow on trees. In a lot of places, that minimum wage doesn't cover rent. And one of the reasons that minimum wage has not risen is because companies like Walmart lobby the government. They pay hundreds of millions of dollars every year to make sure that that minimum wage does not go up so that they can keep paying their workers garbage. And what ends up happening is that then the federal government has to step in order to subsidize those workers, in order to like have programs like SNAP and such. So what ends up happening is that a company like Walmart spends a ton of money lobbying. They get to keep their wages low. And instead of paying their workers a living wage, their workers get paid almost nothing. Their children start starving. And the government steps in to provide the bare minimum to keep people alive. And I think we, as the people, should demand better than the bare minimum in order to give a gigantic corporate handout to companies like Walmart. Show me one child in America who's food insecure. It is one of the most insane statements I've ever heard. Just real quick, let's see. In America, an estimated 4.2 million youth experience homelessness every year. Hey, Charlie, you want to go find like any one of those 4.2 million children who are homeless and ask them if they're really food insecure? 4.2 million. You think that like, oh well, sure, if they can't keep a roof over their head, surely they must be able to keep a meal. What the fuck are you on, man? That's insane. So yeah, no, Charlie Kirk, even if you're a conservative, it should be obvious to you that this man is full of shit. But we're not done with the clip yet.
We have churches, we have food shelters, we have billions, and it does not exist.
We have churches, we have food shelters, and yet those are woefully insufficient. Churches and food shelters do not meet the total basic needs of people experiencing food insecurity in America. They just don't. They are not a sufficient program. The same way philanthropy is not capable of being a stand-in for government assistance on any level.
We have a child obesity problem, not a child starvation problem in this country. That 50% of our
man, imagine cheering in favor of starving children. Like, you understand, like, that's what happened there, right? He's like, we have a child obesity problem. And it's like, those are two very different problems. Right? Like, and you know what's interesting about those two problems? Despite the fact that they're very different, what's interesting is how they're related. Because, folks, if you are food insecure and you don't know when your next meal is going to happen, how do you think that might affect one's eating habits? If you don't know when you are going to eat next, what are you going to do when you have the opportunity to eat? You're going to eat as much as you can. You're going to eat a lot of cheap, unhealthy food. And so you're going to carbo load. And so what ends up happening is that due to this food insecurity, you get a lot of people growing up with eating habits and surrounded by food, just like, and that winds up creating obesity as a result. It's not a difficult problem to understand how these two issues are related. It also throws the metabolism. If you starve/binge, your body chucks on weight because it doesn't know when it's going to get its next meal. Yes, there are basic biological factors that kick in.
Also, food insecure people's bodies adapt to put on weight easily, which can be passed on to their kids. It's a biological survival response.
It's true. Like that. Food insecurity and like stressors, various environmental stressors, can activate different parts of our genetic material in that way. Yeah.
Kids are obese or overweight. There's not a single kid in America that has died of starvation in the last 10 years. Show me that kid. Show me. They're not. This is a propaganda thing from the.
Show. Yeah, Charlie. Yeah. I'm sure someone in this audience of college students just has a starving child to present you, you asshole.
The Democrat Party. Our kids are so overweight, they have type 2 diabetes by the age of 8. So the number one problem for kids right now is that they're not moving enough and they're eating too much, not that there's child starvation. Instead, let's get back to a time where we say, hey, parents feed your kids, churches feed your kids, communities feed your kids, not big daddy government coming in and doing what the family should do. With that,
you know, it's what's really interesting about this is that Charlie Kirk inadvertently is arguing that the government is like literally that the government having programs that ensure that children have food is the reason why children are obese, and that really what we need to do is starve children more, which is kind of fucking insane. You know? Absolutely insane. I hate this man so much. Absolutely. Yeah, also, super interesting here.
I say thank you guys so much and have a great day. Thank you.
He literally just goes, starving children don't exist. Starving children don't exist. Show me a starving child that exists. Anyway, thank you, bye, and then leaves. That's the end of his talk. He doesn't even let this guy fucking respond. Not only can he not engage on the topic, he literally runs the second, like, someone might push back on his claim of, like, no starving children exist. God. What an irredeemable asshole. Yeah, dude is a spineless coward. Absolutely. And you know what? Shout out to this Chad in, like, the chain necklace, who's just, like, standing there going, like, oh my god, what a dick. Just like...
You look like a bitch.
Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk.
You look like a bitch. But I'm sick of cunts saying we should leave it to charity while churches aren't taxed. If they're so good at it, where's the result?
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Like, if churches are so good at, like, feeding children, why aren't they doing it? You know, like, you can... I'm not saying that a lot of them aren't, because you can, like, point to, like, food drives at churches and whatnot, but, like, if churches were on top of this on, like, a social level, the problem would already be fixed. They aren't, and the problem is colossal. So leads you to the conclusion that the government needs to intervene in order to end child food insecurity. Just straight up. Brutus Magnuson, excellent point. Anyway, with that, I just wanted to dunk on Charlie Kirk for a few minutes, because that was absolutely beyond the pale idiocy, and frankly, more people need to call it out. Like, just how brain dead this approach is. It is just the coward's way of being a conservative firebrand. Can't even engage with the facts. Ooh, let's see. Also, CF, no one here is being fat phobic. There's a difference between being fat phobic and saying, like, hey, maybe children shouldn't have type 2 diabetes. Like, maybe we shouldn't want, like, people to potentially lose a limb in the future due to diabetes. Like, I don't know. My mom just had to have one of part of her limb amputated due to diabetes. I wouldn't wish that on anybody. Every time one of these asshats is in public, they should get milkshaked. I mean, I would never condone such behavior. But, you know, sometimes when you're having a tasty milkshake, your hand gets mighty slippery on the condensation outside of the milkshake. And, like, you know, you could trip. And, like, you know, if that happened, it wouldn't be, like, the worst thing in the world. It'd just be a really happy accident. Yeah, just just a little
Whoopsie.
Anyway, you guys ready for some good news though? You guys ready for some good news though? Oh, sorry. By good news I meant like, hey, you guys ready for like some real shit? Just like a short shit.
Charlie Kirk makes me think of Zim in the Santa suit. He literally looks like a 5 feet 4 inches man in a 6 feet 4 inches man suit.
He does. Or, Sake Tanuki, first of all, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs and for double not being transphobic. But also, he looks like, those people, not those people, those suits people can get where like it's like rubberized like breasts or like muscular chest or muscle arms or something. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Um, anyone understand the reference I'm making? I don't want to Google it on stream. I feel like we're gonna come up with some wacky shit. Charlie Kirk's looks like he's wearing something like that, except instead of like a more muscular upper body, it just looks like it's making his face larger. You know? Like, yes. Yeah, it it literally I'm sorry guys, I found a photo of Charlie Kirk from the hit show I Think You Should Leave. Actual photo from Charlie Kirk on the set of I Think You Should Leave. It's true. He caught wearing one of his head enhancer suits. No, not that he's wearing a body slimmer, that he's wearing a head enhancer. Ugh, God. Fuck. Okay. Also, can we just briefly talk? Just so folks, can we just briefly talk about this JD Vance tweet that I find deeply disturbing and like actually like deeply troubling? Earlier today, he tweeted out from the official VP account, President Trump leads America with peace through strength, and that means showing strength when you have to. It's time to bring security back to Greenland. And this really seems like a declaration of an intent to invade Greenland, and that seems really fucking gross. But there's also a video, and we're gonna watch that real quick.
President Trump is a president of peace. Part of having good relations is showing your strength when you have to. And unfortunately, the story of Greenland over the past 20 years when it comes to security is that we've underinvested in the brave men and women who are doing a very hard job to keep all of us safe. That has to change, and ensuring that America can lead in the Arctic for the next generation. Our message to Denmark is very simple. You have underinvested in the people of Greenland, and you have underinvested in the security architecture of this beautiful landmass filled with incredible people. As China and Russia have taken greater and greater interest in Greenland, in this base, we know that too often our allies in Europe have not kept pace. It is the policy of the United States that will change, and President Trump stands behind you.
Yeah, so, you might be like, wait a minute, why is he talking about the people of Greenland? But there are no people of Greenland in that video. And this is just your reminder that last week, JD Vance and his wife were supposed to be greeted by actual people from Greenland. And no one in Greenland wanted to talk to them because they hate them. I think this is one of those things that like people in America and particularly conservatives just don't get, which is that what the Trump administration is doing is not showing strength. It is showing profound weakness in a way that is degrading our ability to coordinate with other countries. It is actively weakening the country because people around the world every day are coming to hate America that much more. Just every single day. Like, I'm sorry, people in Canada don't appreciate being threatened with invasion. And you know what? That now, those constant threats of invasion have now cost us potentially our ally that we cooperate with NORAD, which you might recognize as one of the key lines of defense in case nuclear weapons are launched against the United States. People in Greenland hate us. People in NATO hate us. Japan, China, and South Korea all hate us so much now that they, despite literally like a millennia of hating each other, have come together to form their own economic bloc. It's not good. And yet the Trump administration keeps putting out this propaganda because they're like, they're clearly trying to gear up for like, oh, well, we'll just like occupy Greenland. There are only 30,000 people there. And honestly, it really comes across as like an Arrested Development bit almost. It's just like they're sitting in there and like, what could a Greenland cost, Michael? $5? And it's just like, they don't realize that if the United States seizes Greenland, we are potentially at war with all of Europe. Like we have potentially like cut off all ties with Europe. They don't get it. It is baffling to me. We live in a country that is only possible because we cooperate with other nations around the world. Like, we are a hub of trade and commerce because of our cooperation. And it is wild to me that they're basically just cutting all of these strands in a country that is predominantly supported by providing services to the globe. We are a service economy, not a manufacturing economy anymore. So we're kind of screwed right now. So it's deeply, deeply disturbing. And also, let's be 100% clear. If the United States does invade, like, Greenland or does invade Canada, like, the people there are going to fight us. And, like, hey, it might not be immediately apparent that the denizens of Greenland are going to resist you, but, like, good luck getting any of the local infrastructure working for you. They will burn it down strategically and you will freeze to death. That's going to be like the legacy of like the Trump administration if we start invading these countries. Like it's going to be frozen US service people. It's disgusting. It's a disgusting way to treat your allies. And it betrays colossal weakness. With that, it was just a short little segment there, but trying to do a land invasion of an Arctic nation has never gone well, right? Yeah, also, like, it's not like Denmark hasn't put money into defending Greenland. I'm pretty sure there are billions of dollars worth of, like, defenses in Greenland from Denmark. Like, it's not going to be like a bloodless conflict, not gonna be like a glorious revolution. You know, really one of the few things going for us right now is that the people who want to be authoritarians in this country are just woefully incompetent. Woefully incompetent. Hello, Metal Kitty Mom. And now, folks, let's do a good news segment, huh? Just like a little bit of good news as a treat. Okay? JD Vance like really hates Europe, and I don't know why. I mean, all of them do. All of these conservatives have hated Europe for decades. This is just their impotent lashing out at them, you know? Is the good news that Charlie Kirk stubbed his toe really bad? No, but I think this is really cool. A sodium ion portable power bank coming to the market. I think this is really cool. So, for most battery technology, chat, it's lithium ion, right? But this new type of battery uses salt. It's a special salt ion battery, and that is so fucking cool. Na plus power bank doesn't use lithium and can be recharged nearly 5,000 times. Just take a look here. In addition to being a more environmentally friendly to manufacture, the 9,000 mAh Na plus can be used in extreme temperatures with less risk of overheating, and has, Elecom claims, a lifespan almost 5,000 charges. Even if you were charging it every single day, after 13 years, it should still be providing power. Sodium ion battery technology is new compared to lithium ion tech, and production capacities haven't reached the level of lithium ion batteries. So while a little deal hunting can get you a basic 10,000 lithium ion power bank from companies like Anchor for less than $20, the Na Plus is debuting in Japan for around $67. But like, that's cool as hell. Milliamp hours, thank you. I don't know electricity, but I do know making batteries out of salt is a whole lot better than making batteries out of lithium. I think that's cool as hell. How stable is it? Lithium is, I mean, it's stable enough for use as a portable power pack. Power output maxes out at 45 watts through a USB-C or 18 watts through the USB-A. Let's see. Sodium ion batteries function similar to lithium ion ones, but with sodium instead of lithium. Elecom says that Na Plus can operate in temperatures ranging from around -30 to 122 degrees Fahrenheit, and is at less risk of fires caused by overheating and thermal runaway. So, like, that's pretty cool. That's really, really cool. And given the fact that we've put way, way, way more time and energy into researching lithium ion batteries and how to like tweak those and make them more efficient, the fact that we are now seeing like a sodium ion battery hit the market and like it is even remotely comparable, that's cool. That's cool as hell. Give it like another decade. We could have just sodium battery technology all over the place instead of lithium, which would be amazing. Yo, Simrank, you'll have to look that up. I have no idea how to answer that question. My understanding is that like the main drawback of the sodium ion battery is that it's bulkier at the moment. But
I hear equestrian batteries are the most stable batteries.
It's true. That's why you always talk about batteries using horsepower. I agree, Sake Tanuki. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs and being 5 tier 1 subs less transphobic. I appreciate the support. Folks, thank you for making this show possible. That being said, it is not the only piece of good news we have today. Folks, Maine officials will not comply with the Trump administration's trans athlete ban. You know, I don't know what it is. I was not expecting Maine to be like the state that seems to be taking a stand against like the encroachment on trans rights. But you know, happy Trans Day of Visibility, everybody. How great is that? The Trump administration has been threatening Maine, saying like, "Oh, you're violating Title IX by allowing these trans girls to play in sports." And the Trump's health department gave the institutions about 10 days to bring themselves into compliance. And well, the Principals Association of Maine basically said, "Nah, we're not going to do that." So that's really, really great. The district statement says, "To our students, thank you for your maturity, perseverance, and dedication to learning through these distractions. Please continue to lead the way." They said that they are bound by the law, including the Maine Human Rights Act, which our participation policy reflects. And, you know, I just think that, like, this is kind of where we're at, you know? We need to be kind of aware that the times we're in, there's no, like, one person coming to save us. There's no, you know, one group that is gonna come and save us. What we are looking at is a bunch of people coming together independently through various action across all levels of society to say in one voice, "No, we will not be moved." Okay? And so, what we're seeing today is also some really incredible stuff, specifically from Senator Cory Booker, who I've had issues with in the past, but this is great. Basically, starting at 6:00 this evening, he took to the floor of Congress in the Senate and is going to be talking and taking up time and space on the Senate floor for as long as his body will allow him, that in his own words. I believe he's still going to be speaking right now, just to check in on how
that
he's
outbreak.
doing.
And while measles is spreading across our nation,
he's been
and we're
speaking now
having
for
one of the
4
worst
hours.
flu seasons in the last decades, HHNS has delayed the convening of critical advisory councils at the CDC and FDA. These advisory councils are responsible for determining the vaccine schedule, what vaccines must be covered by insurance, and the safety, effectiveness, and appropriate use of vaccines.
Now, you might think, well, but like, what good is that? What good does that do? What good it does is that it takes time. It takes time out of the Senate. It stops the Senate in its tracks. And what we need to be seeing is more of this. It's not enough to just see it from one senator, but the fact that Cory Booker is doing it, following in like Bernie Sanders' footsteps. And I'm not saying that to say that like Cory Booker is the next Bernie Sanders, because he's not. He's a disappointing kind of neo-libby guy. But what I am saying is that the fact that a disappointing neo-libby kind of guy like Cory Booker is now taking steps to gum up the works in the Senate is good news. Why didn't they do this for the CR? Genuinely, because Chuck Schumer fucked us all over. That's the short answer. I think a lot of people in the Senate thought that Chuck Schumer was just going to say no and force a shutdown, and then Chuck Schumer chickened out. That's my understanding. The Dems have responded to the backlash over Schumer with a dramatic increase in performative bullshit. I agree, but I think that is basically, I think that's kind of good. You know, I think that we need a lot more performative bullshit to suck the air out of the room of the Senate. We need to basically make it so hard for things to happen in the Senate that we bring everything to a standstill in that way. He's doing an actual filibuster. It's not really a filibuster, but like if you think about it this way, he can hold the floor for about as long as he wants. As long as he is capable of speaking. And honestly, if we did that with every single senator that we have and just did cycles, Dems could basically hold up the floor for a very, very long time. And what I'd like to see is like a coalition of like, I don't know, something like 30 Democrats, you know, doing like 12-hour long shifts, hell, 8-hour long shifts to do speeches on the floor. That's true. That is true, Paladin. A lot of people are going to be bamboozled into voting for these people based on these antics. I do agree with that. But that being said, I'm so much more concerned with getting through this fascist era because I'm genuinely scared as fuck. Like I am afraid of how things are going right now, and at the moment I will take any kind of like action. And I'm not going to forget who the fuck Cory Booker is at the end of the day, but I will take nominal steps to do anything to avert this. True, Forlorn only takes 24 Dems doing 1-hour shifts. True, true, true. That being said, I know a lot of people are upset because of some of the executive orders that Donald Trump has been putting out, specifically around federal collective bargaining rights, essentially stripping unions of recognition. And I just wanted to share this from Labor Notes. This is from of Chris Doles, president of IFTPE Local 98 at the Army Corps of Engineers. And just something he said.
If they get away with it, then they didn't overreach. They know they're creating a political crisis. Intentionally, they're smashing and grabbing. They're intentionally creating a political crisis, intentionally creating confusion. They think it's a crisis that they can manage. Our job is to make it unmanageable for them.
Like that's some good shit right there. That's some good shit right there. He went on to say they can take away the recognition of our unions, but nothing can take away the existence of our unions. And like that's some fuck it we ball energy that I can really get behind. Like I saw that and I was just like, just inject this into my veins. This is great. You know? Because folks, what's going on right now is not just hollow gestures. The hollow gestures are somewhat important to like holding up the legislative gears, but what's way more important is what is happening on the ground. And I have to tell you guys, on the ground, people are fucking marching. People are working. Okay? Here are the California Fast Food Workers Union on the march for better treatment just a couple days ago. Look at that. Fast food workers in California fighting for their rights, fighting against this administration. If people working fast food, working literally the lowest paid, least appreciated jobs on the planet can do this, so can you. You know? That's where we're at. That's where we're at. And you might be saying, but like, okay, but whoa, but Jack, like, things are pretty bad. And yeah, things are pretty bad. But one of the things I wanted to share with you guys is specifically this article published in The Guardian by Erica Chenoweth, Jeremy Pressman, and Soha Hammam. The resistance is alive and well, and our research shows it. And Erica Chenoweth is one of the researchers I kind of turn to for how things are going. She wrote a really great essay and like research paper a while ago about the effectiveness of nonviolent organizing, and it's really great. So let's take a look at this, right? Our research shows that the street protests today are far more numerous and frequent than skeptics might suggest. Although it is true that the reconfigured People's March of 2025, held on the 18th of January, saw lower turnout than the 2017 Women's March, that date also saw the most protests in a single day for over a year. And since the 22nd of January, we've seen more than twice as many street protests than took place during the same period 8 years ago. In February 2025 alone, we have already tallied more than 2,085 protests, which included major protests in support of federal workers, LGBTQ rights, immigration rights, Palestinian self-determination, Ukraine, and demonstrations against Tesla and Donald Trump's agenda more generally. This is compared to 937 protests in the United States in February of 2017, which included major protests against the so-called Muslim ban, along with the pro-immigration and pro-choice protests. So just to be clear here, guys, we have seen more than double the amount of protests from 2017 to now. It's getting way less press coverage, but double the number of protests. That's where we're at right now in the United States. More than double. Welcome, Raiders. Yeah. Historically, street protests and legal challenges are common avenues for popular opposition to governments, but economic non-cooperation, such as strikes, boycotts, and boycotts, is often what gets the goods. Individual participation is deliberately obscure, and targeted companies may have little interest in releasing internal data. Only the aggregate impacts are measurable, and in the case of Tesla, Target, and other companies, the impacts so far have been measurable indeed. Consider the protests against Tesla in response to Elon Musk firing federal workers and blocking federal funding. The multifaceted campaign has a quite specific goal: punish Tesla, Musk's signature company. In addition to protests at Tesla showrooms and charging stations, people have also sold their Teslas. Others have called on mutual funds to divest from Tesla stock. The stock price has dropped significantly in the last month, perhaps in part due to Musk's Doge work. Absolutely. Mr. Anderson, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships over on YouTube. Thank you for being a union man. Always appreciate it. And thank you for not being transphobic on Trans Day of Visibility. Appreciated. Let's see. Here we go. When the Nazis invaded and occupied Denmark in the 1940s, non-cooperation was near total. No one remembered how to run the railroad. Teachers had to leave school early to tend to their gardens. Factory workers slowed down or stopped production altogether. Danes obscured the identities of their Jewish neighbors, gave them temporary haven, and secured their passage through fishing boats to neutral territory, saving thousands of lives. Similarly, in Czechoslovakia, 6 days after the Soviet invasion in 1968, the newspaper Veserny Praha published 10 commandments, writing, "When a Soviet soldier comes to you, you, 1, don't know, 2, don't care, 3, don't tell, 4, don't have, 5, don't know how to, 6, don't give, 7, can't do, 8, don't sell, 9, don't show, 10, do nothing." These oppositional habits of thinking and practice, nurtured over 2 decades through underground popular schools, art, literature, and outlawed news sources, ultimately paved the way for the Velvet Revolution. What's giving me hope is watching ordinary people turn out at town halls, community meetings, rallies, protests, experimenting with economic non-cooperation like consumer boycotts, and organizing their communities for rapid response and mutual aid. Countless people are speaking out about unconstitutional moves by the government and in support of those who have been personally affected by them. There is growing pressure on civic institutions to take a stand as well, so long as a critical mass of people remain willing to speak up, speak out, and organize their communities to protect one another. There's hope for an even better future in this country. And yeah. I'm gonna link the whole article here for you guys to take a look at. I think it's well worth a read, and also very apropos, especially if you're feeling a lack of hope. That's kind of where we're at. I think that how we need to reorient our thinking is directed entirely at what can you do? Not what can some person in Washington D.C. do, what can you do? That's where we're at. Okay? Civil rights and labor rights go hand in hand? Exactly. Like peanut butter and jelly. Are people actually being paid to protest? No. We're going to talk about Kilmar Abrego Garcia. That depends. Real quick. Let me see. Yes, we are indeed. Just wanted to check that that was the same guy. But not right now. We are going to talk about it in a bit, though. Get a bunch of articles ready to go. Oh, cool. Zateo is also not loading. Why not? Sorry, Jack, my dollar is weak and under tariffs. That is a-okay. Why is this happening? Charlie Jidmir, thank you for the gifted membership. I appreciate that. I'm trying to figure out why this page is not showing up. I wanted to use this for a piece. Oh, maybe I need to turn off hardware acceleration? Why on earth would that be? Silly as fuck. Okay, well, for whatever reason...
Sold my transphobia Tesla shares today. Here's half of what I made.
Beans, thank you for the $5 super chat. And I absolve you of your transphobia. Thank you very, very much. Have I heard about the OpenAI drama? I have to be honest, I do not give a single shit about the drama between AI dorks. I wish them nothing but very warm and cozy Cybertrucks. A warm and cozy Cybertruck for each, AI CEO. The warmest of all of them. Yeah, honestly, Toas, it do just be like that sometimes. Anyway, I got the Zeteo link working. I didn't get the Imogene Olivia link working, which is very frustrating. But, it is what it is. Okay. We're not quite done, because, folks, are you guys ready to see the ads that Josh Wheel in not California, Florida's 6th congressional district has been running? Are you guys ready to see what this guy is, like, possibly using to flip the election? It's so good. It's so good. So good. Here we go. So I found his YouTube channel for the ads, and they're incredible.
Josh Wheel, one badass teacher. A career in our public schools teaching math and science. Josh Wheel, single father, patriot. Now a badass candidate for Congress.
I'm Josh Wheel. I'm not a career politician. I'm a math teacher, and I know the numbers aren't adding up for Florida families. I'll work to lower the cost of groceries and always protect Social Security. I approve this message because it's been too long since someone fought for you.
Josh Wheel, one badass candidate.
Honestly, can I just say, Rin Drop, thank you for the membership. I appreciate it. You know what? I love that ad's main pitch was, I'm a hot single dad, and I'm here to protect your Social Security. And I'm a math teacher. Hot single math teacher in your area. Like, 10 out of 10. Love it. And you know what? You say it will work in Florida? It has worked in Florida. That ad started running 3 weeks ago. And, shortly after that, polling came out that showed him within the margin of error in the Florida congressional race. And, sure, by the time this video goes out, people are going to be voting. It's going to be April 1st. It's going to be like less than 24 hours from now. But you know what? I still fucking love this ad. If you're in Florida, you better go vote. You're in Florida's 6th congressional district. You better go vote. All right? But also, we've got other ads, okay? Are you guys ready for this?
I'm Josh Wheel, and I approve this message.
Randy Fine, a corrupt millionaire and career politician. Fine was put under investigation by the State Ethics Commission. He tried to evade the law, hiding under his desk. Then, convicted of contempt for giving a judge the finger. Sentenced to anger management therapy. Fine even tried to cut off funding for the Special Olympics in a political feud and called a school board member a Randy Fine, we deserve better.
Like, damn, dude. Just going straight for the jugular on these ones. But also, of course, we're not done. There's 2 more. You guys ready?
I'm Josh Wheel, and I approve this message.
Randy Fine, a violent, corrupt politician, so radical and dangerous, he supports the effort to cut $880 billion for Medicaid, devastating disabled children and those in nursing homes. Fine is so unhinged and anti-American, he supports the idea that Social Security is the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time. He wants to cut $700 billion, stealing from your retirement. Randy Fine, unhinged, un-American.
What I love about these ads so much is how they are very clearly targeting like the boomer demographic in Florida that doesn't pay that much attention to politics, and they're just like, "Oh man, Randy Fine wants to cut my Social Security? Not on my watch." Hop on their little rascal scooters, get on over to the polls. You know, I love it. It's some good shit. This is good politics. Here is the second to last ad that went up, started going out 4 days ago.
I'm Josh Wheel, and I approve this message.
Randy Fine, a violent, corrupt politician, so radical and dangerous, he supports the effort to cut $880 billion for Medicaid, devastating disabled children and those in nursing homes. Fine is so unhinged and anti-American, he supports the idea that Social Security is the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time. He wants to cut $700 billion, stealing from your retirement. Randy Fine, unhinged, un-American.
Just like it's so good. It's so good. And here's the last one. Broken promises.
Politics has always been an insider's game. The same politicians run for office over and over, raking in money from special interests and hiding out from their constituents. So what makes someone like me, a math teacher, a single dad, no deep pockets, no PAC money, feel compelled to run for office? I'm running because I'm fed up with broken promises. I made a promise to my kids to give them a solid education so they could flourish and maybe even do a little better than I did. But as an educator, I saw what was happening to our schools. Here in Florida, teachers are leaving by the droves, and up in Washington, they want to shut down the Department of Education. Where are we going to make up for that funding? Our country made a promise to every working person who paid into Social Security that those funds would be there when we retired. Our country made a promise that when we paid into Medicare, the health care we paid for would be there when we needed it. Our country made a promise to our veterans when they signed up to serve our country that we would take care of them. Now the richest people in the world are trying to crater the agencies we entrusted to fulfill those promises. Not to put that money to better use, but to put that money into their own pockets with yet more tax cuts for billionaires and big corporations. Is that what you voted for? Because I think we deserve better. We deserve better than climbing grocery prices and stagnant wages. We deserve better than a guy who picks a fight with the state's largest employer. We deserve better than erratic tariff policies that have sent our life savings into a nosedive. Tariffs are taxes on the consumer, period.
Like, great.
So I'm running because we deserve better than broken promises. I'm Josh Wheel, and if you elect me on April 1st, I'll fight to make sure this country keeps the promises it made to all of us. And you'll be my only special interest.
Ooh la la. I bet he pulls that with all the voters. But like, dude, this is good politics, guys. This is good politics. Dude is able to communicate succinctly to voters in a way that resonates. And I saw some people asking in that previous ad, why was there a Chinese flag? Because those ads about Medicaid and Social Security are designed to go out to the elderly. They're designed to go out to people who are just like China bad, who like associate Elon Musk with like working with China. You know, like that's where their head is at, you know? And like when they hear that and they see like, oh yeah, the communist Republicans in the White House are trying to take my Social Security. You know, that appeals to them. You know, like that's just good politicking right there. Like it's associating Randy Fine with, you know, people there, like, or rather a country these people, these voters don't like. And I think this was really great too. Like being able to communicate, like they're breaking their promises. They are coming for all of these things, and they are. The thing is, like, it's not playing on the fear when the fear is real. You know, like these people do want to gut Social Security. They've already closed like 60% of the field offices. They've already shut down your ability, if you're an elderly person, to call the helpline and do things over the phone. They have already systematically begun their assault on Social Security, their assault on Medicaid. And like, this kind of thing is going to play very, very well in a special election, because special elections, guys, who tends to turn out for special elections? Anyone want to take a stab? Anyone want to take a stab at who turns out for special elections? Old people? Olds and Dems? Retired people? I would say older folks and high information voters. Those are the two groups that usually turn out. And so what you're seeing here is someone who understands who turns out and is communicating to them in, I think, a very effective way. And I think that Democrats are pissed as hell, and folks like Randy Fine thought he could just coast to an easy victory in a district that went to Mike Waltz by like 30 points. Guys, if Josh Wheel wins this special election tomorrow, he will have flipped a seat that was like 33 points Republican. He will have moved it by like 40 points to win. That's why phone banking, that's why door knocking, that's why these things I've been pushing you guys to do, that's why it's so important, because right now, people are pissed. This is the best time to do this. And honestly, the closer we make this race, even if Josh Wheel does not win on April 1st, even if he doesn't win, the closer we can make that, the more scared we can make Republicans in Congress. Because right now, what they're really banking on is like, yes, well, you know, if we get that Elon Musk money in our race, we'll simply win, and we don't have to do anything. But what these races, like Josh Wheel's and Susan Crawford's, show is, hey, you can have all the money in the world. It is not going to help you in the general. It is not going to save your ass. Because, folks, even if Josh Wheel loses, if it's remotely close as the polling indicated like a week and a half ago, that's indicating a shift of like 25%. It's indicating a shift of like 30%. If we flip that seat, that means even Republicans in some of the safest seats in the country cannot rest on their laurels, cannot sit easy, cannot simply ignore rule of law, cannot simply feed their constituents into the wood chipper, because there will be a reckoning for them. Oh, the Kitsune Cavalier, it's closer than that. It's within 5 points. The race last checked, the margin of error is 5%. Josh Wheel was down by like 4.4%. So we're in the final push. And these elections mean a whole lot. Yeah, this was a Trump plus 30 district. Even if it's a swing of like 20 points and like Randy Fine wins, this is going to get a lot of Republicans sweating. And I happen to be in the camp that believes Josh Wheel has a really excellent shot of flipping this. And I could be wrong. And if I am wrong, I will be sad. But understand, the closer we get this race, the better it is for us. What kind of elections are these? Why are they happening so soon after the election? These are special elections that are happening. Zudo, thank you for the 3 tier 1 subs and for not being
I'm
transphobic.
Josh Wheel and I'm angry and amazing. Vote for me and my egg prices.
You heard him. Vote for Josh Wheel and his egg prices. So these are special elections, and they're happening because after the general election, Donald Trump appointed a number of people from safe conservative seats to different posts throughout the government, right? So in Josh Wheel's seat, in the general election, Mike Waltz, who you might be familiar with from as like the guy who put together the Signal chat that has been one of the biggest national security leaks in U.S. history. Donald Trump appointed Mike Waltz from this congressional district, Florida's 6th, into his government. So there has to be a special election in order to fill that seat. That's what this election is. Similarly, Elise Stefanik in New York was going to be appointed as ambassador to the UN, but Republicans got scared of that special election. And so they suddenly and abruptly, a couple weeks ago, said, actually, we're not doing a special election. Elise Stefanik is not going to be the UN ambassador. Ha 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 ha. Oh no, ha. So, like, they're already so scared that they pulled Elise Stefanik because they know people are that pissed. What they are trying to figure out, and why every Republican is paying attention to these special elections in Florida and in Wisconsin, what they're looking at is to see how cooked are they. The internal polling was so bad that they pulled Elise Stefanik, and now they're all sweating over these special elections. You know, they are sweating so badly over this Susan Crawford election in Wisconsin that they had to pull in Elon Musk to fundraise. Like, that's how badly they're doing, folks. So that's like, things are not going well. Republicans are very aware of how angry the American public is. And honestly, there is no sign in the immediate future that indicates that people are going to get less angry. I mean, we're coming into this week, and like Donald Trump is expected to announce like a broad 20% tariff this week on all countries. And like, man, business leaders are freaked out. People are freaked out. It is really fucking bad. This is going to hit everyone, and it is going to get, people are just going to get more angry as things get tighter economically. And my hope is that things get tighter and people get angry enough that like we don't have to sit through like 5 years of like, or sorry, 3 years of like the economy getting worse and worse and worse before people hit like a point where they just blow their tops off, you know? Yeah, that's the thing. The United States economy, like, we are not a manufacturing hub. Doing tariffs does not work for us that well. I've been feeling lately that we're doing a slow boil. People are getting angry and angrier. It's not going to turn out well for Trump. No, it's not, Little Morphine Annie. Also, hello, Little Morphine Annie. But I think I think that the reporting on protests makes it seem like things are at a slow boil. But I want you guys to understand, it's been like 2.5 months. In American terms, we're speed running this shit. We have had in last month, we had double the amount of protests against Donald Trump as we did in like February of 2017. Double. More than double, actually. I think we're actually boiling much more than people realize yet. You know? And like, the more people do not see movement on this, the angrier they're gonna get. And the thing is, it isn't as spectacular. The turnout isn't as big, at least on paper, as the BLM protests. Like, you aren't able to look out in the streets yet and see that level of like mass mobilization. But I think we're gonna get there. I think people are really scared and their anger is being kept in check for now with that fear, but they're still going to their meetings and they're getting angry at each other. And I think that boiling point is rapidly approaching. I'm really interested to see how April 5th turns out, because on April 5th we're seeing that mass mobilization of like, 50-51, indivisible, basically all these groups are coordinating on a day. And it will be very interesting to see how this works out. There are almost double Republicans versus Dems in Lake County, District 6, Florida, though. Yeah, that's why people are so freaked out about the polling. The polling that was done indicates that the people most likely to turn out, it's going to be a fucking close election. Speaking of elections, I turned in my ballot the other day. Susan Collins for Wisconsin State Supreme Court. Hell yeah, Jess! That's what I love to see. And as promised, I am here to present you a $1 million check. Oh, I'm just this just in. I do not have $1 million to give you. I'm so sorry about that. One thing that made me weirded out the other day, a guy I know that is pretty right-wing told me that he has started getting pretty mad at the states. And he has started watching more left-wing content online to get news about the states. That's totally a single anecdote, but it feels like that's how the wind is blowing in Sweden. I mean, that sounds positive. I think. Maybe? If I was a billionaire, I would give you all $1 million. Not for voting, just for being good little beans. Oh, please no, Jess. There's nothing that would make me vomit faster. Also, folks, we've been going now for over 2.5 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button on Twitch, hit that subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs, those donos, those memberships, those super chats. Because, folks, you make this show possible, and it's Trans Day of Visibility, and I'm very visible. And folks, my partner and I are launching this trans inclusive lingerie company called Imogene Olivia, and you can check it out. And we just put in our mass production order today. I'm wearing a pre-production sample, and it's super comfy and really cute. And also, it's a bralette, and it's so cute. It's so cute. Consider checking that out. You can sign up for the newsletter and like updates over on ImagineOlivia.com. And yeah, we got our first big order in, so it's official. It's on. We're gonna be selling bralettes and panties, folks. There's a comfort fit panty and a smoothing fit panty. However you want your bits to be. And I think that it is a very cute look, and I think it is a very comfortable panty and bralette. So please check that out. Is it getting that bad that even Republicans are breaking on the tariffs? Some of them, yeah. Trans Day of Invincibility? Hell yeah, the one day a year that no bullet can stop a trans person. Workout skirts for trans women? I'll give it a look. My partner will be coming on. I should post the link. I still have the link. Nope, I do not still have that link.
Hey Jack. I went to my first protest this past weekend for Dove. It was such an awesome experience.
Oh, hell yeah. Thank you for the $10 super chat, Sam Long. And you are no longer transphobic. And thanks for going out to the protest. Hell yeah. There are a few better ways to build community than to go out to protests and like get involved in your local community and like do shit, you know? Discreet packaging. The packaging is going to be discreet, but it will also be cute as fuck inside of the packaging. You will be out for the 5th with a group of friends? Hell yeah, Winby. Love to see it. No, my partner will be here tomorrow, trains and bullshit. Is there a proper term for the regulars here? I always say boaters. Boaters, river boaters, the crew, or shimps. Shimps is another one. It's just kind of cute. You know, shimp together strong. We keep everything shimp shape here.
I got FFS last week. This was me when I returned home. Today I got my bandages and drain removed.
Hell yeah! Stolas! Let's go! Congrats! I have considered getting some degree of FFS, and I go back and forth on it all the time. It is scary. It is scary. Surgery is scary. Congrats on being brave. And thank you for the $5. What about the jackers? Only if you're being spicy. Yeah, I know I have a passing face.
Can we
They're
at
just
least
things
have a quick dance party to make things happy for a moment? You all know I've been hurting for weeks. Dream Daddy.
Maybe, but dance parties are not necessarily available on request. But thank you for the $5 dono, Johnny Ramo. There will be one at some point tonight. Don't you worry. And like the FFS isn't so that I pass. It was
Happy Trans Day of Visibility.
Comfy with my
we
face.
apparently failed to take over Easter this year. Oh well. Be gay. Do crime.
One-eyed heathen. Thank you for the $10 super chat. You are no longer transphobic. Go with trans god.
In my call to my Repub rep today to not cut CDC HIV prevention, I wished him a happy Trans Day of Visibility. Too much?
Not too much at all. I think that's great, Zia Spots. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Also, yeah, folks, you guys should keep up calling your elected representatives in Congress. Just because the CR kerfuffle is done doesn't mean you guys should stop. You guys should continue irritating the fuck out of those guys. They do not deserve a moment of rest.
Fun fact, Trans Day of Visibility is also Dono Ghost Visibility Day, ghost emoji.
Oh no. You're right. It's the one day a year that I can actually see the Dono ghost.
I hereby cast a spell of warning to protect the chat. And a second spell to summon the Dono ghost.
Your bones are always visible to the ghost. It's true. You have to donate to save my bones! The bones are their money. If you don't dance, the Dono Ghost will get you! And your bones! Where is it? I don't know. Where's the Dono Ghost? Gotta see it, so I can stop it from stealing my bones! If it steals your bones, you become a goop. Don't wanna be no goop. Don't wanna be no goop.
Oh, less than 3 high.
Oh, Ms. Gender Lynn, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. And thank you for helping to protect my bones from the Dono Ghost. I have no bones and I must scream. Oh, God. I'm so sorry. Ms. Gender Lynn, thank you. And Vox Syndicate, I'm sorry that you're really sick. I hope you get some good rest. Whew, you become a goo. This is solely a dancing stream now? Yeah, no other content. Only dance. Only I can't do it. You look amazing tonight. Thank you, Ms. Genderlin. The ghost can have my bones. But if the Dono ghost gets your bones, it becomes the Bono ghost. And nobody wants that. Nobody wants a Bono ghost. It's one mispronunciation away from becoming a Bono ghost. The worst kind of ghost. All right. Well, that was fun as fuck. Okay. Closing out of tabs. Closing out of tabs. All right. I'm going to get a fizzy water to delight my taste buds. And then when I return, I'm also going to pee. But when I return, we're going to be talking about ice. It's going to be kind of your this is your heads up warning when we get back. We're going to be talking about some horrific and infuriating shit. So stick around for that, I guess. And if you can make it through that, we are going to dunk on maybe one of the worst op-eds I've seen in a long time, which is saying something. And we're also going to be talking about a few other things before we get to going over Wisconsin and Elon Musk. Don't you guys worry. We are also going to talk about Wisconsin and Tesla and a bunch of all those things. So don't you guys go anywhere. I will BRB.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Yes, we have to deny so many claims per month to meet our shareholders' expectations.
including children, have lost their health insurance.
What's so frustrating is that politicians have spent decades saying they recognize the problem and they make promises to do something about it, and then almost nothing happens.
They say to themselves in the dark, it's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. In the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie.
Seniors are the fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets the motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
they're looking at your post, they're looking at your anger, and they're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
Increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments.
This is a brand new song. This is the first time. You are the first audience to hear this song. It's a world premiere. This is the first time we've ever played it together. I'm writing it right now.
I mean, basically.
Recently, I was reminded of this lyric that floats around in several gospel songs, including "Oh Mary, Don't You Weep," which is, God gave Noah the rainbow sign, no more water, fire next time. And I was thinking about this summer and our yellow skies, and I thought, fire next time. So this song's called No More Water. I need a little bit more water.
Yeah.
That's like psychological. I'm feeling the smoke. Here we go.
No more water. No more water. No more water. Fire.
Fire next time. Come gather, my children, come gather to me.
The sky in the west is as dark as the sea. The air tastes of embers, it claws at your eyes.
And I hear the horsemen are following behind. No more water.
No more water. No more water. Fire.
Fire next time. Old Noah cried, hear me, the water will come and wreak mighty judgment on everyone.
I warn you, my people, the time is not long
for changing our ways, for righting our wrong. No more water.
No more water. No more water. Fire.
Fire next time. The people dismissed and denied and delayed, long after the rivers were swollen with rain, and only when floodwaters swallowed their cries did the sign of the rainbow appear in the sky. No more water.
No more water. No more water. Fire.
Fire next time. The Lord said your family alone has been spared,
And all of creation I leave in your care. But do not mistake me, remember my sign.
I'll send no more water but fire next time. No more water.
No more water. No more water. Fire.
Fire next time.
have freedom from wage slavery and join in the grand industrial band? Would you from misery and hunger be free and come do your share like a man?
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union grand.
Would you have sharings the gold in the sky and live in a shack away in the back? Would you have wings up in heaven to fly and starve here with rags on your back?
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union land.
If you've had enough of the blood of the lamb, then join in the grand industrial band. If for a change you would have eggs and ham, come do your share like a man.
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union band.
Well, if you like sluggers to beat off your head, then don't organize or unions despise. If you are nothing before you are dead, shake hands with your boss and the wise.
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union band.
Oh, come, O ye workers from every land, join in the grand industrial band. Then we our share of this earth shall demand. Come do your part like a man.
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union band.
Would you take contently what's put in your hand, less than you earn with one leg to stand? Would you believe what they tell you to be, or with brothers go out and see?
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule every land, one industrial union band. There is power in this band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union band, one industrial union band, one industrial union band.
Oh, take my hand in your hand and walk with me to the promised land. Beat your drum and join the band, and we'll chase away the clouds of the morning. We don't need any more than we are. We don't have to be afraid. There is a power in these legs and arms and the voices that we can raise, saying no, we won't go away. I have heard the crowds of the old and the young when the steel canyons echoed with the songs that were sung, and the streets were filled and the law was undone, and the fever of the people was breaking. We don't need any hand-me-downs, we're not looking for charity. We've been fooled, we've been jerked around, and there's only so much we can say. No, we won't go away. Oh, the time it will come all over the earth. We will
about to unfold, when another world will rise from the ashes of the old, and the meek will follow in the footsteps of the bold, when we realize what's ours for the taking. We don't need any weapons of war, not a drop of blood will fall away. They are many, but we are many more, and the sky will echo our refrain. No, we won't go away. Whoa, 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 whoa. The time will come all over the earth. We will lay down our tools, their concessions will refuse. When there's nothing left to lose, throw our bodies on the gears and stop this infernal machine.
The New Students, everybody. Go buy their music. Go get their albums. Howdy, folks. I'm back. What's this song's name? We Won't Go Away. No, we won't go away. I like it a lot. Sake Tanuki, the 5 gifted tier 1 subs, and even 5 times less transphobic.
I signed up for text banking.
Hell
I then
yeah.
got a text from the bank saying that text chains were not secure enough for sensitive financial info. They added Goldberg.
that dono joke was like an onion. It had so many layers to it. God damn it. I don't know a Goldberg. Why are you in photos with Goldberg, Sake Tanuki? Hello, Nightlight Plushy Jesus. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Were all those songs by the New Students? No, I actually have a playlist. So that was started with Deny, Defend, Depose by Sweet Myths Music. Go check out Sweet Myths, friend of the show. Then go check out right after that was The New Students, No More Water. Then the one after that was There Is Power in a Union by Folk Hogan. And then there was We Won't Go Away by the New Students again. So 2 of those songs were the New Students. I actually did sign up for... Wait, did you sign up for text banking or just banking? I don't know. Folk Hogan, I like the name. Isn't it great? Isn't it such a good name? Both? Hell yeah. Phone and text banking. Let's go. That's what I love to see. I love seeing you guys do shit. It's so fucking cool. Yeah, Tea Leaves. I actually have a worker solidarity playlist that I use for stream. Here you go. The Sake Tanuki Goldberg connection. 6 degrees of separation. Where's Plushy Jesus? Over on Twitch. All right, folks. You guys ready? I got my spicy water. Grapefruit. Plushy Jesus is a hilarious reference to a Dead Domain stream/video. I didn't know. Okay. Folks, are you ready to get furious beyond all comprehension? Are you guys... Is that the content you crave from me? Just a fury unmitigated by the seasons. Because it's gonna be bad, to say the least. So yep, here we go.
Of course!
Here we go. So, folks, one of the things we've had to have on our radars over the last couple of months, and it has been only a couple of months, has been the ongoing escalation of and weaponization of ICE against both undocumented people as well as documented people, as well as people here in the United States legally. And that continues to escalate. Frankly, it's real gross, because you remember how we've been talking at length about how the Trump administration is effectively bringing back slavery. Like we talked about that. The entire pitch of rounding up undesirables, grabbing them off the street, sending them to a foreign country where we pay to have them put to work against their will. ICE is just brown shirts and secret police at this point. Yes. And I would go a step further. They're slave catchers. What they're doing is abducting people, and with no due process, there's no trial, no nothing. They abduct people, bring them to a temporary holding facility for maybe a handful of hours, and then they get shipped off to El Salvador, specifically to a prison in El Salvador where they are going to be held indefinitely on U.S. taxpayer dime and forced to perform labor against their will. And that prison is effectively a concentration camp. We watched and looked at the conditions there. It is a concentration labor camp. It is really bad. And one of the things that you are going to see, and we're going to go through that in the course of this segment, is that a number of the people who are rounded up are just non-violent offenders. They are people who were here, who are known to ICE, who had meetings with ICE agents in order to make sure like they weren't getting into trouble or whatnot. These are people who were taken simply because they could be taken. Okay? That's what this is. And one of the things you'll find if you look into the polling on the popularity of this stuff is if you look at, for example, polling on should undocumented people be deported, generally a lot of people in America are kind of in favor of that, unfortunately. But if you start qualifying that with, are you in favor of deporting people, even if it means rounding up people who are here legally or people who have never committed a crime, that number starts to tank drastically. Quite a bit. And my hope is that that number tanks even more as these stories come out, because The Atlantic earlier today published this piece. An administrative error sends a Maryland father to a Salvadoran prison. And let's be very clear here. This was not an administrative error. They did it to pad their numbers because they cannot catch the vast numbers of Tren de Aragua gang members. So they have concocted a bullshit system to identify members. And over the weekend, we actually found out what that system is and now know how bullshit it is. It is actually like unspeakable. And we will come back to this Maryland father being deported to El Salvador, because it is heinous beyond all belief. But I want you to understand how heinous the lack of trial and due process is here. The lack of any kind of care of constitutional rights applied here. Because guess what, guys? Constitutional rights, basic human rights apply, whether you are a citizen or not. And yet, here we are. But let's just take a look here, okay? Let's just take a look. Because this is some really wild stuff. Here we go. So, props to the ACLU for this one, because they were able to uncover the prerequisites given internally to ICE for what constitutes someone being in violation of the Alien Enemies Act. And it's called the Alien Enemies Act Validation Guide. It is, well, we'll get to it. So basically, here is a part of this document. In order to be found a member of Tren de Aragua and to qualify for deportation to El Salvador, these are the criteria, and you need to get if you have 8 points, guess what? Deported. You're Tren de Aragua deported. So let's see. What do we have here? Judicial outcomes and official documents. A, subject has been convicted of violating Title 18, United States Code, Section 521, or any other federal or state law criminalizing or imposing civil penalties for activity related to TDA. 10 points. Court records. Identifying the subject as a member of TDA. Describing specific activity of TDA. 5 points. Subject identifies as a member or associate of Tren de Aragua verbally or in writing to law enforcement officer, even if that self-identification to a law officer is unwitting, e.g. through lawful interception of communications. 10 points. So just quickly here, on self-admission, so self-admission here is if the subject identifies as a member or an associate of Tren de Aragua, meaning that you are in any way associated with Tren de Aragua. Hey, do you happen to be rooming with someone and they may or may not be a member of Tren de Aragua? Boom. Sorry, that's 10 points right there. You're an associate. You're related. Deported. Okay? But also through lawful interception of communications. So if they happen to peruse your social media account and say, this looks like a Tren de Aragua member, well, 10 points, deported. All right? But it gets worse. It gets worse. Criminal conduct and information. Subject participates in criminal activity with other members of Tren de Aragua, including preparatory meetings and significant incidents directly related to TDA. Law enforcement or intelligence reporting identifies subject as a member of TDA. To include Bureau of Prisons, validations, and reliable foreign partner information. Credible testimonies / statements from victims, community members, or informants that affirm the subject's membership in or allegiance to Tren de Aragua. Just remember that, like, this can include just randos saying, yeah, I think he might be in the gang. I don't know. That counts as 3 points. All right. Detailed open source media that describe arrest, prosecution, or operations of a subject as a member of Tren de Aragua. Subject conducts and or facilitates business with TDA, like money laundering, mule, or service provider. 2 points. Written or electronic communications that discuss business with and or are communicating with known members of TDA. Cell phone data contains multiple group organizational or organizational leaders or membership information. Subject conducts phone calls about the business of Tren de Aragua with known members of TDA. Financial transactions indicating criminal activity for TDA or with known members of TDA. Subject possesses written rules, constitution, membership certificates, bylaws, etc., indicating together with other conduct, membership and or allegiance to TDA. And then we get to symbolism. Subject has tattoos denoting membership / loyalty to Tren de Aragua, 4 points. Social media posts by the subject displaying symbols of TDA or depicting activity with other known members of TDA, 2 points. Subject observed tagging or graffitiing to mark the territory of and subject's allegiance to TDA, 2 points. Subject observed displaying hand signs used by TDA, 2 points. Subject displays insignia, logos, notations, drawings, or dress known to indicate allegiance to TDA as observed by law enforcement in person or via virtual mediums, 4 points. So literally, if they go onto your social media and see that you have a tattoo that they're like, looks kind of TDA, and then they see you again in person and see the tattoo, they can just be like, that's 8 points, deportation. And I want you guys all to really recognize something here, and that is, if you have all of this solid evidence, because, conservatives are like, they're just deporting the criminals, right? What's TDA? Tren de Aragua. It is a Venezuelan prison gang. Ironically formed inside of prisons, usually from people displaced by the United States. But basically, guys, what I'm trying to indicate here is if they had good evidence, they would not need to ignore court dates. They would not need to skip due process if they had evidence. If they have solid evidence, why are you afraid to go through the court system? Full stop. And the reason they're afraid to go through the court system is because they do not have this evidence. This evidence has been, from the beginning, total horse shit. Okay? Like, just Aaron Reichlin Melnick here really breaks it down. This checklist is shocking. A person can be declared an alien enemy based only on communications with someone ICE says is a member and nothing more. Because again, this is all based on ICE's word. There is no court system double checking their work. 6 points for texting a known member of TDA. 3 points for Venmoing or Cash Apping a known member. 9 points equals TDA member, sent to CCOT. It gets worse. It doesn't even require 8 points on this made-up scoring checklist. The guiding system on the first page says people can be at times declared an alien enemy with just 6 points. Since it's 6 points for calling or texting a known member, that alone could be enough under this guide. Meaning that, hey, if you have an undocumented family member, and they have it, like you call them, and ICE is like, you could be a member of TDA. That undocumented member could be deported. It is insane. And I want you all to understand how insane it is that we actually have images here. And I really want to bring this to the forefront of how their system works. Okay. Here are what they are saying are gang membership tattoos. A tattoo of an AK-47 indicating Tren de Aragua membership. Jumpman symbol, aka the Michael Jordan symbol. Trains, just in general. If you have a crown tattooed on you, Like, it's honest, like, this is honestly insane. And this is how insane it is, okay? Additional way to identify dressed in high-end urban streetwear if they're aged 18 to 25 years old, if they're a fan of the Chicago Bulls. Specifically Michael Jordan. Hey, yeah, anyone here a fan of Michael Jordan? One of the most legendary basketball players of all time? Case closed. Time to enslave them in El Salvador. This is an official document. That's, like, this is where we're at. Stars. A tattoo of fucking clocks. A skull with a gas mask. Often wears sports attire from U.S. professional sports teams with Venezuelan nationals on them. Yeah. What the fuck? Genuinely. That's where we're at. They're like, ah, yes, a youth wearing a sports jersey must be a member of Tren de Aragua. Time to snatch them off the street and deport them without a trial to a slave jail. That's unironically where we are at. And you want to know something? You want to know something even more fucked up than that? People tracked down where one of those example images was. Okay? Are you guys ready for this? So, well, actually, multiple of these. This is where the Jumpman symbol came from. A Michael Jordan fan account. In their official government documents used to identify members of a gang that can be targeted by law enforcement and punished without a trial, they're using reference images from a Michael fucking Jordan fan account with no gang affiliation to prove gang affiliation. It gets worse. This AK-47 tattoo is apparently from a Turkish man who you might recognize. Turkey is not Venezuela. Last I checked, they were on opposite sides of the planet from each other. It gets worse. This train tattoo. You remember the train tattoo from the reference document? Someone tracked it down. The first use of it was from a men's style guide from 10 years ago. Notice so far the complete lack of any affiliation to Tren de Aragua in their reference images so far. Additionally, folks, this Hijos de Dios tattoo. Translation, Sons of God. Oh, where do you think that one's from, everybody? Oh, wild. It's from a place called Samurai Tattoo. It's literally from a Thailand-based tattoo parlor. These are not fucking Tren de Aragua members. They are fabricating evidence against innocent people. Insane. Insane. They are doing this as a pretense to sell people into fucking slavery. And you want, guys, you'll never believe how they found this. You'll never believe how they found all of these associations. They did a basic Google image search. They did a Google image search in order to establish where these images came from. And were able, within the a matter of like a couple hours, find most of these reference image materials. And not a single goddamn one was Tren de Aragua. Okay? This is fucking crazy. This one is crazy, though. You might have been like, okay, but what about Real Hasta la Muerte? What about that tattoo? That seems kind of Venezuelan gangish, right? It appears to be taken from a Puerto Rican reggaeton artist. This is his tattoo in the process of being tattooed. Also, you'll note, not Venezuelan. Crazy. Crazy stuff. Wild stuff. Now, you might also notice that this this star image, this nautical star, it's literally been all over the internet for literally decades. This is not even remotely related at all. And finally, one of the most impressive backwards image searches was this clock tattoo. Okay? They managed to trace it back to Justin Burnout tattoo parlor, and it appears to be this British guy's tattoo. But hey, you know, maybe this random British guy is a Tren de Aragua member too. Who knows? You know, maybe ICE can like just hop and skip across the Atlantic Ocean, grab him off the street and sell him into slavery too. If that sounds insane, that's the exact same level of insane of what as to what's happening here. It's fucking nuts. I'm like so mad. I'm so mad. And guys, this is who they're deporting here, okay? The Trump administration is even admitting that they deported this Maryland father who had protected legal status. They deported a man who was here legally and sold him into slavery, and they're saying, "Oh no, our bad. What can you do?" Oopsie doopsie, we just sold a guy into modern slavery, teehee. It's honestly so bad. Plaintiffs allege that on March 12, 2025, Abrego Garcia was stopped by ICE officers who informed him that his immigration status had changed. After being detained, he was questioned about gang affiliations and transferred ultimately to a detention center in Texas. Plaintiffs allege Abrego Garcia was told he would be removed to El Salvador and detained at the CCOP prison there. On March 15th, although ICE was aware of his protection from removal to El Salvador, Abrego Garcia was removed to El Salvador because of an administrative error. On March 16th, a news article contained a photograph of individuals entering intake at CCOT. Abrego Garcia's wife identified one of the detainees depicted as her husband based on the tattoos and head scars. This, by the way, this guy, Abrego Garcia, was, they claimed he was a member of MS-13. You know, the same MS-13 that the El Salvadoran government claimed it helped Donald Trump identify. So now we know they're also full of shit, which, to be fair, we already knew that. Everyone involved in this is full of shit. Also, what is insane here is this part here. During a bond hearing, Immigration and Customs Enforcement stated that a confidential informant had advised that Abrego Garcia was an active member of the criminal gang MS-13. Bond was denied. And they found that Garcia was a danger to the community. So basically, an unnamed source said that this guy was a member of MS-13, and that was all they needed. One person. One person. It is insane. Logan Hill, thank you for the $2 super chat. Appreciate the lack of transphobia. The respondent argues that the immigration judge clearly erred in determining that he is a verified member of MS-13 because there's no reliable evidence in the record to support such a finding. In this regard, the respondent asserts that a Prince George's County Police Department gang field interview sheet is based on hearsay relayed by a confidential source. The respondent also claims that he presented sufficient evidence to the allegation that he is affiliated with MS-13, including character references and criminal records showing that he had only been charged with traffic offenses. Therefore, the respondent contends that the immigration judge erroneously ruled that he did not show and that he is not a danger to the community. It's fucking nuts. And not only that, guys, Abrego Garcia was specifically being held in the United States under protection from being deported to El Salvador. Specifically because El Salvador wants to kill him. That the idea being that a judge in 2019 found that if he was sent back to El Salvador, the Bukele government would try to kill him. It's a fucking death sentence. It's not nuts, it's fascism. Fascism is the political ideology of the insane. Definitionally nuts. It was less than 72 hours between his detainment and his illegal deportation. Why would they want to do that? Genuinely, because they're evil. Genuinely because they are evil. At this point, if you see someone being detained by ICE, you have a duty to intervene, to ask for their documentation, to ask for their badge numbers, to ask for their identification, to ask to see their fucking warrant. You have a duty to intervene against these modern-day slavers. They are not fucking police. And they are just grabbing people off the streets to pad out numbers so the Trump administration can have good propaganda to their evil sickos who support this. And basically the government is just saying, yep, we made a whoopsie. Oh well, nothing we can do about it now. He's already being paid for indefinite detention. Nothing we could do. Haha. I'm going to read you this, okay? This is an official filing by the administration. But there is no jurisdiction in habeas. Plaintiffs admit, as they must, that the United States does not have custody over Abrego Garcia. They acknowledge that there may be difficult questions of redressability in this case, reflecting their recognition that defendants do not have the power to produce Abrego Garcia from CICOT in El Salvador. But even more, they concede that Abrego Garcia is not in defendants' custody. Despite their allegation of continued payment for Abrego Garcia's detention, plaintiffs do not argue that the United States can exercise its will over a foreign sovereign. The most they ask for is the court order that the United States entreat or even cajole a close ally in its fight against transnational cartels. This is not custody to which the great writ may run. This court therefore lacks jurisdiction.
Gang members we deported that were neither gang members nor here legally. And MAGA will cheer for it.
They deported a random father who is here escaping persecution in El Salvador because some random guy on the street said something to police and pointed a finger at him. This is literally secret police shit. And understand why they are doing this. They are doing this because they cannot fulfill their promise of mass deportations, at least not yet. They do not have the resources. They do not have the infrastructure. It is not possible for them to deliver the deportations and holding of millions upon millions of people. It is not possible. So instead, what they are doing is what amounts to terrorism of people legally within the United States. They are creating essentially a Gestapo, a secret police that can terrify people into silence and into the shadows. Yeah, Rhymejack, this feels insane. It feels like you are going into conspiracy brain territory, but this isn't conspiracy. I'm reading to you guys from the court filings of the US government. Yeah, Athatat, I put out a video earlier today, actually, I think, about the abduction of Miss Ozturk. It is horrifying. They are going after people who are here legally and people who they know are here legally and who are vulnerable because they can. It is an exercise in power. It is an exercise in terror meant to bully us into silence. Where can we find sources on this stuff? I need to gather info on this. The Atlantic did a big piece on this, Akira, earlier today, as well as I'd recommend following some legal folks who break down legal cases. One is Aaron Reichlin Melnick, who's a senior fellow at the American Immigration Council. He's got a really good thread on this. Here, I'll link his post where he gives the full documents of the case. There you go. Yeah, honestly, follow immigration lawyers on this one. They are doing God's work breaking down a lot of these legal filings. It's fucking nuts. They developed a bullshit system to concoct bullshit, not even charges, like bullshit accusations. And then anyone who fills those, anyone at all, they just deport them to a mega prison that is a concentration camp that enslaves people. It's insane. But again, Rhymejack, they do not have the infrastructure for the farms that they talked about. You know, there's none of that infrastructure is created. As far as I know, there's no active effort to create infrastructure on the scale that they are suggesting. What they are doing is trying to inspire enough terror. It is kind of like another evolution of Own the Libs, except now the Libs has expanded to everyone. And it's just cause as much terror as possible in order to make their constituents believe that the Donald Trump's promises are being fulfilled. That doesn't mean that this is any less scary. It doesn't mean that this is any less troubling, but it does mean we need to be realistic about what's happening and what their capabilities are, because their capabilities are not rounding all of us up, at least not yet. That will take time if that is one of their end goals. But my guess is they do not have the will or power to do that. They want to cause fear because fear will do the job for them. That's kind of their thinking in a nutshell. Now, in other news, I just wanted to give you an update. The other day, yesterday, a student was disappeared by ICE from the University of Minnesota campus. Multiple students now have apparently been disappeared by ICE. Governor Tim Walz put out a statement today saying, "We have yet to receive adequate information from Homeland Security about the recent news of Minnesota students being detained by ICE. Snatching up students who come here legally to work hard and get an education does not make you tough on immigration. We need answers." And it's scary. It is absolutely scary. Okay? And to understand this, that a lot of the people they are rounding up as, alien enemies or what have you, what's happening with students in particular is something that we need to recognize. And what we need to recognize is this. This is a piece from Zeteo that was published yesterday, okay? And specifically, folks, it's bad. Scoop: ICE revoking students' immigration statuses without their or their university's knowledge. Never seen something like this, say university officials about the secret targeting of Middle Eastern students. And basically what is happening with this case is that, you, on the one hand, you have this bullshit effort by ICE under the Alien Enemies Act to just disappear, undocumented folks or people who are documented but just might be good targets for disappearances. And on the other hand, you have this additional effort, this other prong, if you will, that is targeting international students who are here on college campuses, who are inconvenient to universities and inconvenient to, frankly, pro-Israeli groups. So what is happening are that leaders or people who have nominally participated in efforts to show solidarity with Palestine, to argue that a genocide is unfolding against Palestinians in Gaza, people who are speaking out about that on college campuses are being targeted by the State Department of the United States of America and having their immigration status altered by Marco Rubio, by the U.S. State Department. They're flipping a switch in their system and saying, you're no longer illegal. Your visa is no good here anymore. And they are also going into their system and changing the student status of these people. Because those are two different things, right? Your visa status and your student status. And they are switching those off, and then they are sending ICE before there's any notification to these students. Then they send out ICE, grab those students, and disappear them into the deportation system. That's what happened with Miss Ozturk the other day. That's what happened with these University of Minnesota students. That is what is happening. They are targeting folks who either played leadership roles with Muhammad Khalil, happened with him too. That's what's happening. It is brown shirt thugs snatching kids up. Exactly. And the thing is, this backs up exactly what I'm saying, what I've been saying. They are seeking to create a climate of fear by going after the easiest targets. People who don't know that they're coming, people who don't expect that they're coming, and people who are comfortable because they are here legally. And so what is very interesting to me is that the case of Miss Ozturk the other day, it shows that, like, they are going after anyone who had any kind of affiliation. Because Ozturk, what she did was she wrote an op-ed in her school newspaper over a year ago. And the main thrust of that op-ed was not about, free Palestine, free Gaza. It just mentioned it. Her op-ed mentioned Gaza. And for that, she was targeted. Narmanda writes, I was a foreign student in the US who left the country to go back home before completing my education completely by chance. And boy, am I glad I did that now. I'm really glad you did that too. It is really fucking scary. Because the next step, of course, from this is not that far away, right? It's not that far removed. It's targeting citizens that are inconvenient. That's the next step. If you've already gotten rid of due process for one group of people, it's not hard to get rid of it for another and another. This shit's happening so fucking fast. Yeah, and what we have to remember is what I talked about at the beginning of all of this, right? At the beginning of stream, at the beginning of all of this, and what I have said repeatedly throughout all of this. And actually, wait, let me link this Zateo piece for you guys. Is Israel involved somehow? It wouldn't surprise me, but I have no evidence to that effect as of yet. But I mean, guys, what we're looking at here is really fucking bleak. But what I want you guys to understand is that there is hope in each other. There's power in a union, and that power exists between us regardless of our documented status. Okay? We are more powerful together, and the focus on being documented versus undocumented versus being a citizen, that is all just wedges to drive us apart. Okay? And one of the things we need to recognize, especially when it comes to students being deported for their speech, is that, well, guys, guess what? Interesting fact observed here by Evelyn Dueck on Blue Sky. Rereading Abrams versus United States for the gazillionth time to prep for class tomorrow, and I had overlooked this before or forgotten it. Perhaps the most famous free speech opinion ever, the birth of the marketplace of ideas metaphor, was written about non-citizens. And we'll quote directly here. All of the 5 defendants were born in Russia. They were intelligent, had considerable schooling, and at the time they were arrested, they had lived in the United States terms varying from 5 to 10 years. But none of them had applied for naturalization. 4 of them testified as witnesses in their own behalf, and of these, 3 frankly avowed that they were rebels and revolutionaries. And they were protected in that free speech ruling. And I need you all to understand, What the Trump administration is doing here is hella illegal. And I know that at a certain point, like all of these, what they're doing is illegal. What they're doing is illegal. What they're doing is illegal. It all piles up. And it seems to not matter a single goddamn shit. But the reality here is that we need to remember the depths of these people's crimes, because the rage that is currently bubbling up from the American electorate, from America at large, is going to demand a reckoning. And when that day comes, we need to remember all of these people who got put into positions of power and how they broke our constitutional rights and our constitutional way of life, and are the very essence of what this country is supposed to be. What they have done is betrayed the Republic in order to participate in petty, backwards slave trading. Understand that what they are trying to do here is resurrect the Confederacy. And you might think, oh, but Jack, that's a little bit too far, isn't it? Surely they're not just trying to resurrect the Confederacy, right? Earlier today, according to Joshua J. Friedman, attorneys general representing 27 states, every state with a Republican attorney general except for New Hampshire, called on the Supreme Court of the United States to reverse Judge Boasberg's temporary restraining order protecting Venezuelans in the U.S. from being deported to the El Salvadoran prison CICAT. This is literally their attempt to restore slavery. It is not an exaggeration. They are selling people into slavery in El Salvador. The president of El Salvador is gloating about it, talking about how they're going to turn this massive prison complex into one of the a wealth producer for the entire country of El Salvador by putting those prisoners to work. He's on Twitter gloating about it openly. You can find it. It is slave labor. This is the entirety of the southern fucking United States arguing to restore slavery and arguing in favor of a system that abducts people off the street without a trial to sell them. That is what this is. Understand what is happening. There is no due process. There is no trial before a judge. ICE does not have to even justify it to a judge before they snatch someone off the street. All they have to say is, well, some unknown guy told us that you were a member of a gang, so off you go. They don't even have to provide proof of that to a judge. They don't have to provide the testimony to a judge. They just have to say an unnamed source. That's it. All they have to say is, you have a tattoo, and that tattoo, we think it might be related to a gang. The tattoos that they think, I thought we were paying El Salvador. We are paying El Salvador. Do you understand? We are not deporting Venezuelans to Venezuela. We are deporting them to a private prison in El Salvador where they're used as slave labor. We have gotten the president, the dictator of El Salvador, to agree to take not just Venezuelans, but American citizens or people of any nation that we choose to deport there, again, without a trial. The purpose of us making this deal with El Salvador, this El Salvadoran dictator, the purpose of that was so that we could send anybody there. I wrote this on Twitter, but I'm just going to say it again. The great failure of the United States was twofold. One, we did not complete Reconstruction. After the Civil War, we did not finish the process of ending the Confederacy. We did not do that. After Abraham Lincoln was assassinated, that process fell apart. That is what then led to Jim Crow. It's what led to a lot of these devastating consequences that have echoed for 150 years in our country. But the second great failure of our country, and the one that is a shame and a blotch on our entire history, is the fact that we allowed slavery to live on in this country under a loophole. And that loophole is that we allowed slavery to be used as a punishment against those imprisoned in the United States. That is one of the unending shames on our country's history. And my hope is that this is, if this really is a reconstruction of the Confederacy, a reanimated fucking corpse of bastards and devils, that we can finally have the chance to kill it once and for all. That is, I think, our duty here in this time. That is what we are called on to do. And I know that here in Minnesota, we answered the call 150 years ago to end this vile practice. And my hope and my prayer is that we will answer the call to actually fucking kill this beast once and for all time. Because this is heinous. This is disgusting. And honestly, like if we go into combat against each other over this, I hope that we actually do it right this time. I hope it does not come to that. I hope we can get through this by other means. But like, understand that this is what they want to do. They want to bring back the practice of enslavement under a different name. And that is not something I can abide, and that is something that none of us should abide. And if you see a modern day fucking slave catcher trying to catch someone in your neck of the woods, you intervene. You have to start asking yourself, what would you do if you saw a modern day slave catcher trying to abduct someone? That is a question you have to seriously ask yourself. What would you do? And you have a couple rights in that circumstance. You take out your camera, you document it, okay? You go up and you get the badge numbers, you get the identifying information of those agents. If you can, you mobilize people who are in the immediate vicinity to like form a human chain of some kind between those ICE agents and those people who are in danger. You do what you can with your privilege, because you, as citizens, right now, you have more privilege. You have more power than someone who is being targeted by ICE. And you need to use that power. You are not, at this moment, being called to take the same actions of John Brown. You are not being called to make that sacrifice. What you are being called to do is so much less. And you are honor-bound and duty-bound, I think, to answer that call. And if you are feeling hopeless, if you are feeling like you aren't brave, you can't do this, you were not built for these times, I have one last thing that I want to show you guys for this segment. Okay? And that is a 90-year-old Holocaust survivor confronting Tom Homan, the head of ICE.
I was hauled up by the Nazis. And for no other reason, I was picked up and separated from my family, who was exterminated in Auschwitz. And I am a survivor of Auschwitz and Dachau. I spent 5.5 years in concentration camp. I spent 5.5 years in concentration camp for one season and one reason only. Because we picked on people. And you as the sheriff, who we elected as sheriff of this county. We did not elect you as sheriff of Washington, D.C. It's about time you serve the people here. And when this gentleman stands up there and he says he doesn't go after any people, he should read today's beat. Because in today's beat, the Supreme Court Justice of State of California objected to ICE coming in and taking people away from the courts. Don't tell me that this is a lie. You stand up here, Mr. Jones, don't forget, history is not on your side.
Understand, if a 90-year-old man targeted by the Nazis for extermination can do that, what you are being asked to do is extraordinarily within your power. It is not time to sit idly by. You have to do something if you can. If and where you can. So, there we have it. Folks, we've been going for about 4 hours now. If you've been getting anything out of today's show, consider hitting that follow button, hit that subscribe button. Consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats. Because this show's brought to you by viewers like you. Couldn't do it without you guys. Whew, I'm going to take like a minute to breathe because that segment was hard. It was hard as fuck. We'll play a song and then I'll be back after that song is done. I just need to like, whew, and I'll do my arm curls when I get back, Van Briggs. Don't you worry. BRB. Also, Megatron, why you keep asking me about like Optimus Prime? I don't know. I don't know shit about Transformers. Oof. BRB.
So this is a song that we wrote, that I wrote with my friend Mike Richardson, who's from southern West Virginia, and it's about the coal mining wars in West Virginia in the 1920s. It's called the Battle of Blair Mountain. 2, 3, 4. Find a vein, drain the black gold. hoping to God that the timbers hold. Like my father before me, it's all I know. We live only to harvest the cold, harvest the cold. Mine owner's mercy, about as shallow as a grave, but living in shanty towns, we ain't got no say. The 14-hour shifts, such a meager wage, and Mother Jones can't help us now anyway. Anyway, we'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us alone from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair melted, here we come. Oh, here we come. Red bandanas that tell us what side you're on. Yeah, we're the rednecks of the Union 1921. We'll leave tonight at 13,000 strong and take the fight to Blair Mountain before the dawn, before the dawn. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us alone from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair melted, here we come. Oh, here we come. Oh, I fight for my father, still buried in the mine. I fight for my son, so he'll have a better life. We're soldiers of a great war, and it don't seem right to treat a man like a dog just to make a dime, just to make a dime. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us alone from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair melted, here we come. Oh, here we come. Here we come. So find a vein, drain the black gold. You better hope to God that those timbers hold.
Yeah, wonderful. Wonderful.
Hello, I'm back. This song slaps. What is it? That is Luis Mosri's Battle of Blair Mountain. Whew. You have a playlist for these? I do indeed. There you go. Burp. Oof. Oh no. All right, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oof. Puh. Oh. Yeah, here you go. Here's the link to the Survivor video. I'll just link that in all the chats for good measure. There you go. Close those tabs. If you ask me for it again, I will not have it. Get you guys this playlist. There you go. There you go. There you go. And folks, again, we've been going for about 4 hours. Hit that follow button. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button. Consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats. Let's go, folks. When do we start the underground resistance? I've been doing it the entire fucking time. You don't need to do it underground if you do it now. That's the entire point. The entire point of getting you guys to, like, go to these protests is so that you can have an above ground resistance. Booker is still going? Hell yeah. Okay, we do have to talk about something potentially very serious. You and your girlfriend did such a great job on your lingerie. Thank you. I think this is a great... I think it's a great piece. Let's see here. My granddad was in the 103rd Cactus Division in World War II. Heavily decorated for liberating concentration camps. It liberated 6 concentration camps. Not a day I don't think about him. That's really, really great. Wait, did I miss the lingerie drop? Zia Spots, I'm actually, like, wearing it today. Look at this. Look, it's great. It's good stuff. Look at that. It's a bralette, and it, like, it boobs along very boobily. And it's super comfortable. Anyway, ImogeneOlivia.com. There you go. It's not available to purchase yet, but we just put in our first mass production order, so it's going to come out soon. We're aiming for a June launch. We'll see if we can make it happen. Gotta make it happen for Pride, folks. How's it sized? It is sized for trans femmes in mind. So, my partner will be able to talk more about that since she designed it. But it is not being sized like traditional lingerie. It's also not being constructed like traditional lingerie. Watermelowski, based as hell. Okay, we need to talk about this. Okay, emergency segment of the stream. Okay, so folks, emergency segment here. Talking Points Memo is reporting something potentially very disturbing. This comes to us via Josh Marshall of the editor-in-chief of Talking Points Memo. Possible new disruption of Social Security payments. And this is potentially very scary, and I know it might apply to some folks in this community, so I feel like it is my duty to talk about it with you guys. And Josh writes, I want to tread carefully here, but this seems potentially serious. I'm in contact with 2 families in which parents have an adult child with severe disabilities who receives SSI payments for their support. In each case, at some time today, their online Social Security portal switched to showing that the adult child was not receiving benefits. The full language is, this beneficiary is currently not receiving payments under benefits and payments. In one case, the recipient's payment is later than usual but might still come tomorrow. In the other case, the recipient lives at a facility which receives the payments directly. So the family doesn't know yet whether there's been a disruption in the payments. Each family contacted me independently, and each is from a different part of the country, one in the Midwest, another in the Northeast. Each family is part of a loose local network of families or support group of families with disabled adult children. And in each case, multiple families in each support network started seeing the same thing today. In other words, this doesn't seem like an isolated pattern or glitch tied to one family's account or even a localized issue tied to one metropolitan area or a single care facility. When it comes to the larger number of families who've seen this not receiving benefits language, it seems like some have gotten payments on time and others have not. There's no clear pattern here. It also appears that this is impacting SSI and not SSDI, even though many of the adult children receive both. But to be clear, we're dealing with small sample sizes, so it's possible it affects both. From what I can tell, it's still possible that payments will arrive on the late side, but not wildly late, at least in some cases. Perhaps the issue is just that a lot of people's accounts as of today include language saying that payments have been cut off, even though the payments are or will still be made. As far as I can tell, some families in these extended networks have received their monthly payments. Their payments arrived on time, but the portal includes the not receiving benefits language. For now, I'm trying to see if there are other families in similar situations, parents of adult children with severe disabilities who are on SSI or SSDI and are seeing the same thing. If you're seeing the same thing or something similar, please contact me at talkingpointsmemo.com with the subject line Social Security. If you'd prefer more security, you can reach me on Signal at joshtpm.99 or via encrypted email at joshtpm@protonmail.com. I will, of course, keep whatever personal information you share in confidence, but there's really no need to share any personal information. I don't need to know names or any other details of your family situation. I'm just trying to see if there are others who are seeing the same thing as I've described above. So I don't know. Have any of you seen something similar to this? No? No, but I'll check in the morning. Not yet. Not yet. We'll know by tomorrow AM, though. No, not yet. My handicapped daughter has missed 2 payments. Well, Lee Kessner, consider reaching out to Josh Melnick. His contact info is in this article. Okay? It's really, really disturbing. My mom literally checked online this morning to make sure she'd still get hers and panicked because it said she wouldn't. She called Social Security and they said she'd still get it. Yeah, they're fucking with the systems, guys. They're fucking with the systems. So other people are also seeing that. Maybe PJ Blazer, maybe you can get your mom to reach out to Talking Points Memo. We gotta... Now, unfortunately, we're on the receiving end of all this fuckery, and we don't know exactly what they're doing with it, but we need to figure out what the effects are. So if we can get as many people who are being affected by this to get data together at a trusted source like Talking Points Memo, very worthwhile. And folks, I'm going to put this out as a short segment. If you or someone you know is being affected by this, contact Talking Points Memo, because there are a few things. I mean, I take a lot. Everything that's happening right now is so serious, but like potentially one of the most serious things that could happen is a disruption to Social Security payments.
Well, I did receive my payment this morning, so here's $5 courtesy of your taxes.
Well, Celestial Heart, thank you for the $5 super chat. I very much appreciate it. But it's scary. You know, like I saw some Arachnomancy in GG chat said like something about speed running violence. And like, yeah, there is no faster way to get people to engage in mass violence than attacking the Social Security system. Because again, there's little option, you know, like if these people lose Social Security, it's do or die. You instantly go into like you have to fight for survival mode, you know. Yeah, Satanic Panic at the Disco. Thank you. One of my friends is on disability. I'll DM them and see if their payments are fucked up. Yeah. Jack tried to log into my Social Security account, clicked on login, and got this. The service is not available at this time. What? Is it saying that the website is only open during these hours? The website isn't open at night? What do you mean the website isn't open at night? That's normal? I gotta be honest with you, I find this incredibly fucked up. It's a website. You don't need anyone to keep it open. They're not processing info at night anymore? No, it's not normal. When did this go into effect? I don't think I've ever seen a website with hours of operation. They're hand processing info, so they're just ripping the whole site down rather than building any interface for it. That's insane. This is normal for a lot of government portals. I don't, that is hard for me to understand. This would make me angry under basically any circumstance. Has it always been like this on Social Security, or is this a new development? Jess says, I have never seen that before. This was a login for the Social Security. This was ssa.gov. This is absolutely new. I used to have to help my grandmother navigate all of that. No, Jack, my son has been on SSI since he was 5. He's now 23. I've never seen that before. Yes, it's always been like this, at least at the time I've used their online portal. Well, I'm getting a lot of conflicting information. Either way, if you're seeing some wacky shit, I'm just going to repost this link. Just going to repost these links. go and if you're having issues with the website that are new, or issues with payments or what have you, reach out to Josh Melnick of Talking Points Memo. We need to get like, we aren't going to get enough data here together, just this community, to understand what's going on. So please, let's collate with Josh. Is it a state by state thing? I don't think so. Anyway, worth noting. God. Whew. Okay, folks. Let's talk about this. Oh, wait. So, folks, hey, remember how, like, a huge part of the United States national identity has been on, like, forging alliances with Europe and, like, having good relations with our allies over there and being willing to, like, back them up in case of, like, a Russian invasion, for example, or, you know, something along those lines? Remember how JD Vance gave a speech essentially saying, you're all on your own, NATO's garbage, we're not going to do anything, you know, time for you to pay your way, essentially. You all remember that, right? Well, an internal memo from the Pentagon has leaked to Washington Post. And it's basically written by Project 2025. It's bad, guys. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has reoriented the U.S. military to prioritize deterring China's seizure of Taiwan and shoring up homeland defense by assuming risk in Europe and other parts of the world, according to a secret internal guidance memo that bears the fingerprints of the Conservative Heritage Foundation, including some passages that are nearly word-for-word duplications of text published by the think tank last year, i.e., if you were to submit it in your college studies class, you would be, you'd be given a failing grade for plagiarism. So that's cool. Yeah, and this is a secret document, yet again leaking. Secret military information. So it outlines in broad and sometimes partisan detail the execution of President Donald Trump's vision to prepare for and win a potential war against Beijing and defend the United States from threats in the near abroad, including Greenland and the Panama Canal, because they want us to invade both those places, I guess. Absolute disgusting wretches that they are. Additionally, folks, it's bad. Trying to find the specific part of this. Yeah. So, it forces its force planning construct, a concept of how the Pentagon will build and resource the armed services to take on perceived threats, will consider conflict only with Beijing when planning contingencies for major power war. It says, leaving the threat from Moscow largely attended by European allies, i.e., we, the United States, are abandoning our European allies and only putting our resources towards a potential conflict with China. Where we're abandoning all of our duties and obligations to the people we have built a relationship with over the past 100 years. So that's where we're at, folks. I don't know. It sucks. This is definitely a problem where it's just like bigger than any of us, and like there's nothing we can do aside from calling our various representatives, and that's where we're at on foreign policy. Surely this will bring egg prices down. Boy, howdy. Wait until we talk about tariffs and the effect tariffs will have on grocery prices. Because we're going to talk about that, and guess what? It's going to be double the effect of what inflation was last year under Joe Biden. Won't that be fun? Europe will never trust us again. Not in our lifetimes. Like, guys, like what we're seeing is like the destruction of our relationship with the wider world, and it's going to take a lifetime to rebuild it. It took all of like 2 or 3 months to shred it to pieces, and now it's going to take a lifetime to rebuild, because guys, states cannot trust us. Even if we got an absolute perfect president next time around, it is the destruction of our credibility. It's depressing. It's not how I want our country to be. I want it to be so much better than this. Ugh. You said states, but the individual states can't trust the government right now. True. I mean, true. Basically, the entire all of the problems are derived from the federal government. However, I will also point out that 27 U.S. states are trying to bring back slavery. So, you know, half the country is fucking crazy. Pisses me off that we will have to spend the rest of our lives rebuilding. On the plus side, shoot bang, maybe that will be time well spent. Maybe we can rebuild it better, you know, $1 Million Man style. Build it back better, faster, and stronger. Do a ugh. Hey, Boy Meets Mini. Hey, Beer Bash Johnson. Welcome, 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 folks. Hey, trans women. We can rebuild him. We have the technology, but I don't want to spend a lot of money. Can't we just build a $5,000 man? Ienzo, you don't need to post it again. We already talked about Cory Booker, and we'll see. You know, we'll see how effective it is. It's just one part of a major. The more effective thing is not going to be Cory Booker taking to the floor of the Senate overnight. The effective thing is going to be people getting angry as fuck and actually turning out to protest. Ay, ay, ay. I feel like I'm on fucking crazy pills every night that I go on and do this stream. All right, folks. We've been going for 4.5 hours. If you've been enjoying the stream, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit the like button. Consider dropping those subs, those donos, those super chats, those memberships, and support the stream because, folks, you make the stream possible. And also, just want to say shout out, folks. We need 7 more likes on the stream to hit 300 likes. Let's go. Let's go. Are you guys ready for like just one of the worst op-eds you've ever seen in your lives? I don't think you are, but it's gonna be good stuff. I need something funny. Well, I present to you perhaps the funniest article of the day, published by USA Today. I'm tired of being mocked and hated because I'm a conservative woman. And I'm going to read it in that voice. This is by Nicole Russell.
Thanks for doing the good work. Fuck the establishment.
Hell yeah. Dragon Warrior. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Very much appreciated. I'm tired of being mocked and hated because I'm a conservative woman. As a conservative woman living in Texas, I often feel like I'm living a dual reality. I'm a mom and a writer, but that's not all. I go to church, laugh with friends, and wave at my neighbors while we are walking our dogs. At dinner, my kids and I discuss the Beatitudes, the Bill of Rights, and the best and worst things that happened that day. We call them highs and lows. I love to cook, hate to clean, and probably need to have a better morning routine. My life is similar to millions of other women in America. Can I just start? Can we just start? Bitch! I'm a mom and a writer, but I also go to church and have friends and walk a dog. Really breaking new ground there, aren't you? Before this woman, women never walked dogs. It was impossible. Their ankles couldn't support their weight.
Conservatism is a choice, and a cruel choice. If you are so damned conservative, take responsibility for your choices. Stop being triggered and weak.
True, one-eyed heathen, but also, like, have you considered that maybe we're just being too mean to conservatives? Have you guys ever considered that we're being too mean to conservatives? Like, they walk dogs. They get up in the morning and put their pants on one leg at a time, just like you guys. You have so much in common. I bet she eats food brand food. Okay, I mean, just like you, she also discusses the Beatitudes and the Bill of Rights at dinner with her children. Just like everyone does, right? That's a very normal thing every day. You got to talk about those two things, and then you talk to your children about how their day was. Amazingly, this is not an AI writer. This is real. This is actually real. I actually had the same thought, so I looked it up. And trust me, this bitch also be writing other articles, and they're also dog shit. But online, in the legacy news media, and in my increasingly ugly inbox, I live in a different world. In that world, I'm portrayed and viewed through a singular lens. my conservative beliefs. As such, I am easy to hate, mock, and scorn.
Laughing at her and crab snip snip snip, crab emoji.
Alexa Crab, thank you for the $5 super chat. I am far from the only woman who experiences this abuse. Progressives claim to value women, but they routinely demonize conservative women who refuse to conform to the molds that the left tries to force us into. That's not only bad for women like me and for our society, but it's also a poor reflection of reality. Tens of millions of American women embrace traditional values and conservative ideas. We are more than our politics. Bitch, what are your politics?
Sociopaths. They're out walking their dogs. They read a book, just one. They watch TV. They eat their Soylent Green. They cover up their scales one leg at a time. Sociopaths. They're just like us.
Can I find...
I mean, when you advocate for the deaths of millions of people, yeah, people gonna hate.
One-Eyed Heathen, thank you for the $5 super chat. And Paladin Lost, thank you for the $10 super chat.
Do you want to tank? Do you want to fight? Do you want a class that'll instill fright? Take up some plate and keep the goblins in sight, because you want to make sure they eat this paladin smite! Fuck you, gods. If you want me to play your game of ethics, you can kiss my shiny plate mail. Alright, fine. Wait a minute, what the hell is that noise?
Can I just say, I haven't read it all yet, but I'm getting the vibe that it's exactly this guy's like this is like the white conservative woman version of like this guy specifically. I'm just like you. I have a normal morning routine. And everyone just hates me for this morning routine I do. I missed the part where he broke the bottle.
Preaching about the arrival of Christ.
Just his average morning routine, everybody.
Going up.
Dog.
Going up.
Anyway, I feel like it's very like her life is like, why are you hating me? I'm just doing these are all of my very normal morning routines. As if it's not just like pure psycho shit, you know? Like actual Patrick Bateman, like as a conservative woman shit. Also, again, just to reiterate, what conservative beliefs are you being ostracized for? One might ask, what you doing? Like, she's basically a Karen. She's like a next level of Karen. You know, a Karena. You know, if we use the Pokemon naming convention. He's hot, I guess. Is he, though? I don't know about that one. He's ripped as hell. I don't know that he's hot, though. Yeah, states' rights to do what? I would love to hear her answer. Anyway, we are more than our politics. The demonization of White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt The Washington Post provides a recent example of how conservative women are so often demeaned and patronized in the mainstream media. Last Monday's profile of White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, written by reporter Kara Vaught, drips with condescension, starting with the headline, "In Caroline Leavitt's world, Trump's world is enough." Leavitt is a 27-year-old devout Christian and conservative who has been an excellent spokeswoman for President Donald Trump's agenda. But the Post tried to smear her faith, personality, and confidence from the start of the article. Quote, "Trump's newest press secretary is radiant, blonde, and apple-cheeked, as if one of Leonardo da Vinci's Madonnas has been styled for a Fox News hit. Her delivery is righteous, if a bit smug. God gives everyone gifts, Leavitt believes. Hers is speaking. And for roughly a half hour, once or twice a week, she delivers Trump's word to a room filled with professional skeptics. If the trivializing of an accomplished woman wasn't so disgusting, I'd laugh. Can you imagine the Post smugly diminishing a progressive woman or man as radiant, blonde, and apple-cheeked? Leavitt isn't the only conservative woman to recently receive the Post's patronizing treatment. A profile of Second Lady Usha Vance began with this sentence: "Much of what we know about Usha Vance, we know because her husband told us." Never mind that Vance is an accomplished lawyer who clerked for Chief Justice John Roberts on the U.S. Supreme Court. Ignore that she graduated from Yale University with a law degree and a bachelor's degree from Cambridge with a master's. Brush aside that she served on the boards of Washington National Opera and the Cincinnati Symphony Orchestra. We only know, according to the Post, what her husband allows her to tell us. This is honestly like some of the most deranged shit. Literally, this Post is just complaining about media not glazing these women enough. Why didn't you list out all of their accomplishments? Why didn't you do that? They're an independent woman who don't need no man. Why'd I do that? There we go. Another Post news story, a profile of conservative influencer Alex Clark, published the day before the elections in November, is laced with opinionated and condescending observations. Clark, for example, is accused of engaging in conspiratorial thinking about the food industry, consistent with the right's Trump-inspired paranoia about deep state master planning. Just real quick, I'm going to Google influencer Alexa Clark. Okay? I'm going to Google this. And just look. Okay, so she works with Turning Point USA. And she calls herself a health and wellness girly and hosts a podcast called Culture Apothecary. And she only eats meat. So, yeah. It's so unfair for someone to talk about how this bitch is super granola in nature, despite the fact that she only eats meat. Meat granola. By the way, guys, in case you're wondering about the whole confluence between the wellness spirit science-y types and the Nazi types, this is exactly what I'm talking about. This is exactly how they bridge you into all of this conservative shit. Yeah, the Vita Carnis granola. God, I'm upset that I have to know that this exists. Anyway. Each of these profiles is written or co-written by Vaught, who worked for Mother Jones and Rolling Stone, both ultra-liberal publications, before joining the Post as a politics reporter. The disdain for conservative women isn't confined to the Post. Recent Salon headlines have been even more pointed in their attacks, including this one: the misogynist agenda of Make America Healthy Again moms. Maha moms. Conservatives aren't just wrong, you see. They hate women, including presumably themselves. Which, yeah, you do. You literally advocate for you yourself to have fewer rights. That takes a level of self-hatred. If you think you deserve fewer rights as a minority in this country, you are some degree of self-hating, yes. I don't want to be associated with her. Can she stop? Unfortunately, no. She has a full-time gig at USA Today. Salon also gave us this affront to good taste. From Mar-a-Lago face to uncanny AI. Art. MAGA loves ugly in submission to Trump. The article by senior writer Amanda Marcotte is filled with cruel attacks on the appearance of conservative women in leadership positions, including Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. The article includes this gem: drag queens also embrace outlandish gender performance, but it's to subvert rigid gender roles instead of reinforcing them. That, plus your typical drag queen, knows how to make 5 pounds of makeup look cool instead of gross, but they won't share their secrets with the ladies of the GOP. Drag queens are cool. Conservative women are gross. That is what passes for journalism in 2025. Tune into ABC's The View. Like, can I just... I feel like this is someone who, like, for whom that particular article hit a little bit too close to home. I don't know what this lady looks like. So all I'm saying is that it sounds like she's salty as fuck about being called out for the amount of makeup she uses. Like, fair. I use makeup, I get it. But also, like, I don't know, you have to be comfortable with people disagreeing with you. Or at the very least, comfortable fighting their ideas. Because, let's be clear here, this entire article is not putting forward any argument other than, I don't like these ideas because they're uncouth. That's it. That's it. They're just rude. So therefore, stop. But, like, conservatives don't give a shit about being rude. Like, I'm sorry. Like, you elected the guy who wanted to kill civility politics. You killed it. Congrats. Now fuck off into the sun. Bye, bitch. God. Or at the very least, go back to whatever sexless marriage you currently don't enjoy and leave the rest of us alone. You don't have to spread your misery. God. I've been watching The Handmaid's Tale. I know what those look like now. All right. Continuing on. Tune into ABC's The View to see the progressive hosts, all women, rip on the conservative women in the Trump administration. No one is more misogynistic to conservative women than liberal women. Again, the irony would be funny if not so disgusting. Hey, just quick one here. Criticizing the political views of women is not misogyny. If you're criticizing conservative women for being conservative, that is not misogyny. The same way, supposedly, a conservative woman could criticize a liberal woman without engaging in misogyny. That's presumably possible. I am not seeing it in this article, but it's presumably possible. It just seems like you'd be engaging with the ideas, and this is just saying, oh, they're engaging with our ideas, and I don't like that. Maybe don't have hateful ideas then. And you know what? I will be slightly misogynistic. Don't actually engage with the substance of the ideas, bitch. Nailed it. Nailed the misogyny. God. Vaught and Marcotte are part of a bevy of legacy media reporters who seem to be liberals first and journalists second. That bias has destroyed the news industry's credibility, but perversely also has hurt more than helped their allies in the Democratic Party. Oh man, you don't give a shit about the Democratic Party? But yes, you're definitely totally nonpartisan here. Yeah. Conservative women are denigrated for their beliefs. Yes, because their beliefs are bad. What part about that don't you get? They're not denigrated for being women. They're denigrated for having shit ideas.
Speaking of Handmaid's Tale, Margate Atwood has done some interviews about current politics and her book. They're on the tubes.
That's cool. Thank you for the $5 super chat, One-Eyed Heathen, and the recommendation. For all their flaws, for all their flaws, Democrats used to promote tolerance and inclusivity. They used to say they embraced women's rights. But tolerance apparently doesn't extend to many women who exercise their right to form their own beliefs and to vote for candidates of their own choosing. In progressives' eyes, these women, conservative women, deserve to have their accomplishments devalued and their appearance mocked. Can I just say, this is some, like, you criticized Joseph Goebbels for his policy and said that he looked like a dipshit. How dare you? How dare you engage in that misandry? Oh man, you living in Nazi Germany, you dare criticize Joseph Goebbels? Based on his appearance, the misandry is breathtaking in its scope. Man, like, fuck off. Seriously. Jaeger Larson, thank you for subscribing over on Twitch. How dare you make fun of Goebbels' funny-looking feet? He has very normal feet, actually. You know, by criticizing Goebbels' feet, you're actually harming the Jewish cause. That's right. How dare you engage in this backwards misandry? It's crazy. Like, this is actually insane. I am tired of being the butt of jokes and scorn because I'm a conservative woman and a mother. I'm sick of legacy media acting like women such as Levitt, Vance, and me are an anomaly. And I'm done with seeing progressives in politics and journalism spew hate at women for embracing conservative political and social values. Nicole Russell is a columnist at USA Today and a mother of 4 who lives in Texas. So just real quick, again, I gotta be honest. No one in liberal spaces, no one in socialist spaces, no one in leftist spaces takes issue with people being women or people being mothers. That is not a thing people are upset about on this side of the spectrum. What they are upset about are your political views, because they're bad and wrong and incorrect and wrong and bad. So just throwing this out there. I also, just out of curiosity, because I could not believe this article was real, I wanted to look up one of her most recent articles, and I found this one that was published in the St. Cloud Times by Nicole Russell as well, and it's titled "Trump Has America on the Right Track," and it was published on March 30th. So let's take a look at this, shall we? It was easy to hate Donald Trump when he jumped from reality TV to politics a decade ago. In 2015, Trump campaigned for president as an obvious populist. Personality over party, policy, and even country. He positioned himself as a conservative, but he really wasn't one. Instead, Trump claimed that he was the miracle vaccine that would cure what ailed America. MAGA fans couldn't get enough. After January 6, 2021, I really disliked him. And as the 2025 campaign began, I didn't want to support a former president who wouldn't cede his election loss and who had a sordid personal history, including his mistreatment of women and a felony conviction. He also whined on social media like a 9-year-old boy who'd lost gaming privileges. I thought there were stronger Republican candidates who would better embrace conservative ideas, but Republican primary voters chose to back Trump in 2024, and he picked an excellent ally and then Ohio Senator J.D. Vance as the vice presidential candidate. By then, the choice was obvious. Support a guy who hates leftism or support far-left progressives who would push America even further into decline. Our elections are binary, despite what my libertarian friends think, so the choice was clear. But by now, 2 months into Trump's second term, I had expected to be embarrassed and outraged by our new president, but I'm not. I'm pleasantly surprised. Actually, my mind is blown. I feel lucky that I have been a witness to some of the most radical changes ever attempted in the federal government, and in an extraordinarily short amount of time. There are times when moderation makes good sense, but the current domestic and international climate calls for drastic changes. Maintaining the status quo was not tenable. We needed a leader to aggressively make changes on many fronts, including the economy, the size and reach of the federal government, and America's approach to foreign relations. You know, it's amazing how this lady dances around the actual, meat of her topic. Trump is reforming government and restoring liberty. Americans who are alarmed by Trump should recognize the significance of the nation's decline under progressive leaders. President Joe Biden drove the country to the far left, losing control of our borders, driving up the budget deficit and the national debt, and imposing a progressive social agenda that ignored what most Americans believed. Democratic presidential nominee Kamala Harris and her running mate Tim Walz were even more progressive. That is a typo of colossal proportions, and would have made it even harder to turn the ship around. I will say here that just a quick note, if any conservative tells you that they care about the national debt, understand that Donald Trump ballooned it by $8 trillion during his last term in office. The idea that he was the guy that was going to bring down the national debt is absolute fucking horseshit. So, just as an FYI, in case you ever need a barometer for how absolutely loco these people are. Did she literally just call Joe Biden a leftist? Yep. Because that's where conservatives are. They think that Joe Biden was a Maoist communist. You know, that's what they believe in their world, you know? And when she's talking about the progressive social agenda, she just is gays can get married and trans people can exist without being assaulted on the street. You know, those are the progressive ideals that are too radical for her. America's quest for liberty is not exclusive to a 248-year-old revolution, identifiable by redcoats and taxation without representation. Tyranny is the fuck that she fucking wrote this. I'm sorry. I'm triggered. I'm a lib. I got triggered, you know? Socialist. I got triggered. America's quest for liberty is not exclusive to a 248-year-old revolution identifiable by redcoats and taxation without representation. Literally right now, the president has stolen the power of the purse from Congress. We are literally right now getting taxation without representation. That is what the president stealing the power of the purse means. It's fucking insufferable and insane. Tyranny is now trickier to spot, but it can be found in far left ideas embedded in federal aid programs. If that's what tyranny is, not that. Tyranny is government oppression. Tyranny is not far left ideas. You need to actually have an argument for why those individual ideas are bad. Understand what this type of conservative thought is doing. And that is very specifically ignoring and bypassing arguments against it. They're just saying, oh, that's bad. Ignore it. You actually have to argue against it. And the reason they choose to ignore it is because they don't have an argument. God, I hate this bitch. Not because she's a woman, but because she's bad and has bad ideas. It can be found in far-left ideas embedded in federal aid programs, higher taxes, and attempts to infringe on personal liberties. Yeah, higher taxes on billionaires is tyranny. Fuck off. Seriously, go lick more boots. You know, she's a strong, independent woman who don't need no man to lick boots. God. Republicans have bought into these efforts at times, but Democrats are far worse. Trump presidency isn't normal, and that's a good thing. My litmus test for Trump's efficacy isn't whether he passes the normalcy test, he's already failed it. Mine is simply this: is Trump supporting ideas and policies that make my family and me more free? Love him or hate him, Trump is doing exactly that. Yeah, for your rich-ass family. Fuck you. Trump and Congress are putting together a plan to extend his 2017 tax cuts, which will enable Americans to keep more of their money and fuel economic growth. Except if you look at the actual effects of those 2017 tax cuts, they just made the rich richer. They did not trickle down. The benefits of those tax cuts stayed with the rich. It did not make America richer. It deepened our debt by $8 trillion. The debt that you presumably care about. This is how you know conservatives are full of shit when they talk about the national debt. It's because they go completely brain dead when it comes to increasing the national debt by another $8 trillion so they can have a goddamn tax cut. Even if it's at the expense of Social Security, Medicaid, and Medicare. Even if it's at the expense of tens of millions, if not over 100 million Americans. These people are fucking evil. That's why we hate you, bitch. It's not because you're a woman. It's not because of your lady-like activities like walking dogs or talking to your children. It's because you support policies that would immiserate tens of millions of people, bare minimum. It's the kind of policy that would evict 66% of the nation's elderly from their senior care facilities. That's why we fucking hate you. And you'll do that happily while whistling for a tax cut and a pat on the head. It's monstrous. Absolutely monstrous. Absolutely insane. We're not done yet. I'm just taking a breathing break because I'm mad. With Elon Musk's help, Trump and Congress are putting together a plan to extend his 2017 tax cuts, which will enable Americans to keep more of their money and fuel economic growth. With Elon Musk's help, Trump is finding and eliminating government waste and overreach. It's been a messy process, and I wish Trump had used a scalpel rather than a sledgehammer, but his efforts will restore our government to its original purpose, empowering and not hindering Americans. Yeah, we need to get rid of all those regulations that keep buildings from collapsing. Yeah, so good. Hey, remember when contractors skipped a bunch of building regulations in a skyscraper in Florida and it just collapsed and killed a bunch of people? That was great. We should do that with more buildings, I guess. Hey, remember all those regulations that kept us from dumping sewage into drinkable water supplies? Hey, remember that? Remember how we all liked having drinkable water that didn't have sewage in it? Oh. Oh, yeah. We're getting rid of that too. Well, I hope this lady enjoys shit in her water and forever chemicals in her water. I'm sure her children that she loves don't need clean water that isn't tainted by shit from corporations looking to make more money. I'm sure she thinks it builds character because she's a monster. God. In less than 3 months, Trump has revitalized military recruitment, protected the ability of women and girls to compete fairly in sports, and secured our nation's southern border. And you know what? I'm willing to bet this lady voted for Trump specifically because of trans people. I bet that she specifically, a large part of why she voted for Trump was because of trans people. She just hates trans people. So many people fucking hate trans people. It's crazy.
Thanks for reminding me to take out trash and recycling after a quick fridge clean out. The trash nature of this article reminded me. Thanks.
You're welcome, One-Eyed Heathen. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Border crossings are down 94% from last year. That is so extraordinary that few on the left or in legacy media have even broached the subject, preferring to downplay the crime, drugs, and other massive problems that came from Biden's chaotic border policies. Except, oddly enough, the drugs aren't down because we were transporting the drugs the entire time. You fucking idiot and asshole. Trump's leadership, while not traditional, also has helped return hostages to their families, astronauts to Earth, and common sense to public schools. Is Trump a disappointment to some? Of course. But even CNN this week had to acknowledge that the American people are still aboard the Trump train, with the president's favorability ratings actually rising since he was elected in November. For the first time in a long time, show that an increasing number of Americans believe the nation is headed in the right direction. Is that even true? Just real quick. Huh. Odd. Amid recession fears, Trump's approval rating starts to fall. As per the latest Harvard Caps Harris survey, 49% of registered voters approved of Trump's performance, down from 52% last month. Jesus Christ, 52%. Genuinely, what's going to move that down to like 30 or even high 20s is like egg prices. She checked his approval rating on January 21st. Damn. Yeah. But like, dog, when people start seeing in like another month or two that prices are not going down and that in fact all of the things he's been saying are, yeah, things are going to get more expensive, get fucked. Like, I don't know. It's kind of like, well, you can't really impose a 30% tariff on like everything and expect prices to go down, can you? God, it's embarrassing how utterly unconnected people are. According to Marist, 45% say we're on the right track. Harry Etten, CNN's chief data analyst, said March 25th.
If prices go high enough, can I go back into the closet and become a de facto billionaire?
I guess so. Dragon Warrior, thank you for the $5 super chat. That's the second highest that Marist has measured since 2009. How about NBC News? 44%. That's the highest since 2004. The bottom line is the... Can I... Wait. That's not... How? No. I'm sorry. What? Literally, Obama had one of the highest approval ratings in recent years. I guess if you just ignore all of Obama's approval ratings, is she just outright lying? Or just straight up that delusional, I guess? God. Or I guess this is Harry Etten from CNN. At which point, I guess I just need to discount anything that bitch says. The bottom line is the percentage of Americans who say we're on the right track is through the roof. Those numbers really shouldn't surprise anyone. From taxes to the economy to the border to the government efficiency, Trump is driving ideas that will restore liberty and promote prosperity. This reads, can I just say, this reads like someone has a gun to her head off screen and she's reading like a hostage letter to the camera. That's how this reads, except it's like a written op-ed. I've never seen someone achieve that. Like the fervent, like completely glassy-eyed delivery of a cultist. God. Traditional Republicans and progressive Democrats might be the biggest losers in Trump's second term, but the biggest winners are Americans who love liberty the most. Yeah, except, yeah, you guys all love liberty the most. That's why we're banning books about slavery from military classrooms. Yeah, sure. Yeah, you love liberty so much you're banning teaching kids slavery. Fuck off. Honestly, disgusting. She could have used AI. I don't think she used AI. I think this is 100% genuine, just absolute insanity. Okay, never make me read anything by this lady again. That was actually one of the most infuriating experiences of my life. Is this article an April Fool's joke? No, it was published 2 days ago. God, I hated that. I hated every part of that.
I'm reminded of some poor woman who called into a podcast to advocate against her rights. People could tell her husband was in the background telling her what to say.
That happens in a shocking amount of times. Thank you for the $10 super chat, One-Eyed Heathen, and thank you for not being transphobic on this Trans Day of Visibility. Go without your transphobia. God. Absolute fucking insanity. One of my old units in the Army was 8th Cavalry Regiment, the Buffalo Soldiers. I wonder if they're going to remove that unit now. I mean, yeah, they're erasing unit history from different military bases. It's really fucking disturbing. Like, genuinely, shockingly, disgustingly disturbing. All right. I think we should talk about Wisconsin. Yeah. Because all of this America in decline stuff that I had planned as a segment, that's going to be a lot. We'll save that for a new day. Also, we have to do the Wisconsin Elon stuff. That might take us a bit. And then maybe we will do, you know what? We'll do the Tesla segment before we do that. And then maybe if you're good, we'll do we'll end with the Tim Walz town hall, just because he's such a swell guy. You know? Is the stream lagging? Yeah, my internet's being a little wonky, guys. I don't know why. But folks, we've been going for over 5 hours. If you've been enjoying stream, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and consider dropping those subs, those donos, those memberships, those super chats. You're coming in at 720p for some reason? Well, that's weird. I shouldn't be. That's so weird. Why? There we go. That should be fixed. I don't know why it was defaulting to 720p. I should have updated that. It's the op-ed lady. She's in the walls, scratching on the drywall. Oh, damn, Stout Man. Hope your friend is okay. You've only been 720p since I followed you? Weird. Is it 1080p now? I did up it. I don't know if that worked or not. Trans day of visibility. It's still at 720. Huh. Is what it is, I guess. Last ditch effort. Open up the camera hub. Let's go. Let's go, baby. I should be at 1080p and 30 frames per second. Whatever. I'm not gonna break the stream over this. Why are you guys posting so many trans flags? I love it. Vincenzo! You can do it! You can do it! You can do anything! Hey, Preston Morton. All right. You gave a speech yesterday at my city's Trans Day of Visibility event? Hell yeah, Zennies. Love to see it. Yeah, I might need to restart stream, you're right. Oh well. I'm not gonna cry myself over that one. Let's go, folks. Okay, you ready for our next segment? You ready for a seggy? This is a very cool emote. I agree. Mr. Malachite, you want to know the best thing about that emote? The best thing about that trans Hydra emote was that it was made as a it was made by I forget, some kind of anti-trans group, but it's honestly so badass that we made it an emote because it's cool as fuck. Yeah, made by some turf org. Is it supposed to be scary? It's supposed to be like trans people are hydras, and we were just like trans people in general are just like, that's a cool ass trans hydra. Let's be that. Okay. Let's do this thing. Have to set all of this up so that it's visible. So, folks, there is a company called Tesla, and it's run by a guy named Elon Musk. And well, Elon's having a bit of a bad time because he's the world's richest man, you see, and it turns out he's a walking advertisement for the idea that money cannot buy happiness. And it turns out that not only can money not buy happiness, but also being the world's richest man and losing money cannot buy happiness either. And well, Elon Musk holds the majority share, my understanding is, in Tesla. And yeah, this is how Tesla was doing yesterday during its first quarter sales call. Worst performance for any period since 2022. And it is it's bad. It lost $460 billion in market cap during this quarter. And that is funny as fuck, because basically, the world's richest man is also hated by most of the world. And especially people who are in the market for cars. They do not want to buy a Tesla car because they know it will make them look like a douche. And also, people will hate them. And if they buy a Cybertruck, they might die and people will think they're a Nazi. Those are two things that are very possible. And, well, also, the world really hates Elon Musk and is expressing that in a variety of creative ways, often with flames, sometimes with various implements, of course. And in an effort to try and head off the creative expression of hatred, Donald Trump has said that people who vandalize Tesla vehicles are terrorists. And the Justice Department is asking for 20 years of prison time to a man who defaced several Tesla cars, who is currently in custody. It's a bit of a mess. People are really, really upset. And, well, people are so upset. in large part because Elon Musk, despite being the world's richest man, has decided that he wants to get involved in the US government. And while in the US government, he is threatening basically every program that makes America worth having. The programs that allow the United States to help other countries in times of crisis. Notably, for example, there was recently a colossal disaster in Myanmar. And, Elon Musk gutted USAID and laid everyone off. And now the United States, instead of sending the required and requested relief, is sending exactly $0. And the entire world hates us as we leave thousands of people to die needless deaths as a result. And needless to say, this does not endear many people to the world's richest man. And in fact, he's also going after things like Medicaid and Social Security, basically saying not that he's going to cut either of those programs, but that, if he finds some waste, fraud, and abuse in those programs, and what do you know? He's going to find exactly as much waste, fraud, and abuse in those programs as he needs to cut. It's weird how that's going to work out. But this is not exactly endearing himself to the American public or the world public at large. And it's definitely not helping the perception of Tesla, his flagship company baby, in the eyes of America or the world at large. And in fact, it has gotten so bad that yesterday in NPR, analysts are saying that basically the best way that Tesla can move forward is to get rid of Elon Musk. Yeah. Let's see here. Morning Edition spoke with branding expert Alan Adamson about Tesla's struggles, which he attributes to several factors: Musk's lack of focus on the company and innovation, the brand's shifting public perception, and the increasing role of politics in consumer decisions. And yeah. Well, let's just get down here to right here. But would it be easy if, say, for some reason, he divests in Tesla, sells every bit of stock and ownership stake he has in Tesla, and then all of a sudden has nothing to do with the brand? That would probably be the best thing for the brand. That's the only easy fix, which is I'm selling it. I'm going to focus on other things I'm interested in. And the new ownership team is going to keep their eye on the ball, because I think the issue is focus. If you're building a car that has your life at stake when you drive it, you don't want a brand perception that the people at a company are moving fast and breaking things. You want somebody you can trust to say, when I get in this car, the wheels aren't going to fall off, or I'm not going to get killed. So having this sort of erratic personality is probably a more damaging brand attribute than helping the government try to save money on federal employees. And yeah, it is kind of like you would want your car to like stay together and maybe like not explode when you get into it. Meaning that, for example, if you found out that the car you got into was 17 times more likely to explode and kill you in a blazing ball of fire than the other car that was previously most prone to doing that, maybe you wouldn't want to get into a car like that. And maybe you also wouldn't want to get into a car where nearly all Cybertrucks ever built had to be recalled because of glued-on steel pieces that could fall off. Yeah, maybe you wouldn't want to get into a car made by a company that is able to put out cars that literally have the cheapskate glue from the movie Matilda. And if you don't know what I'm referencing, can we get up that clip? I did not prep that clip. Is it this one?
Michael, one day all this will be yours.
This?
See this junker?
Yeah, here we go.
Equipment, money. So, We use super.
They use super glue. I think I clicked on a YouTube
glue instead. Go ahead. Put it on there.
Won't it fall off?
Definitely.
Isn't that
It's literally that. That's literally it. They literally did that to the Tesla Cybertruck. Why would you ever get in a Tesla after learning that they are capable of just gluing on pieces? Why would you do that? Why would you pay $100,000, $60,000 to get in something that they stuck together with fucking glue? Why would you do that? So, anyway, you know what's a really good sign though? Don't worry, because some people still love these Tesla cars. And there's nothing that helps a brand recover, the adoration of the masses more than, people coming to its defense, valiantly striking a stance for freedom and for consumerism and for the product. There's nothing that does more service to a brand than that. It speaks to the honesty and integrity of the brand. So, like, when I say people came out to fight for Tesla, I really mean it. Because they were terrorists. This is from yesterday. Proud Boys and militias come to Tesla's defense. Because, what really helps brand perception is when an organization known internationally as a terrorist organization shows up to defend your car dealerships. And especially if just unknown militia people show up. You want armed strangers coming to your car dealerships, right? That's good, right? And it's especially good if, for example, someone from one of these organizations showed up dressed like Hitler to defend Tesla, right? That'd be good, right? For the brand. So, yeah. Trying to see if I can find an image here real quick. Come on, Wired. You're trying to make me you're trying to make me subscribe? How dare you? All right. Damn it. Let's pull up there we go. Why would you do this to me? Why would you do this to your girl? Let's try this again. Oh, god damn it. This is not the full article. I don't think they have an image in the article. Just see. Can I grab it? Here we go. Got it. Okay. My people will be free. My people will rule again. David Pettinger, a member of the extremist anti-government People's Rights Group, shouted at protesters in a fake German accent outside a Tesla dealership in Meridian, Idaho on Saturday, according to video footage of the incident. Ah, damn it. I get a link to that. Ugh. Opens the proxy. How dare you? All right. A mustachioed Pettinger wore a t-shirt with the words "literally Hitler" written on the back and a picture of Musk giving a Nazi-like salute on the front. Wearing jodhpurs and black boots, Pettinger marched in front of the protesters and handed out heart-shaped stickers to Musk supporters. Pettinger told Wired he dressed as Hitler to make fun of the overuse of the term Nazi and fascist. However, Pettinger's posts on X echo Hitler's deeply anti-Semitic worldview. Yeah, you know, just a guy dressing up as Hitler to demonstrate how everyone keeps calling people Hitler. Nailed it. You got it. For sure. Anyway, this does not help the brand image of Tesla whatsoever. And you know what else doesn't help the brand image of Tesla, folks? The fact that there is literally now a new competitor to Tesla on the global stage. And it's a competitor that you might not be aware of if you're an American, because this competitor is legally not able to sell cars here because the competitor is Chinese. This company is called BYD. And BYD used to be kind of like a meme company. It was not supposed to be, it wasn't really like taken seriously in like the auto manufacturing world. But that was $100 billion ago. And now it is a juggernaut. And it is considered in China, a more advanced and reliable car than Tesla. Like Tesla is considered the cheap, unreliable, not the cheap, the expensive, unreliable car made by an insane person, you know? And even auto manufacturing sites in the United States are talking about it. BYD has evolved from joke to Tesla killer and now cementing its dominance. It's taken over the EV space. The Chinese car maker is not much older than Tesla, but has already surpassed it, not only in the number of vehicles sold, but also in revenue. And it is very much on the rise. The cars are good. It's great. BYD abandoned like combustion cars and now only does EVs. And additionally, it has the technology that will kill Tesla. And that technology is specifically this. This was just a couple weeks ago. They announced that they have charging technology that now reduces the amount of time it takes to charge your car from empty to full in like the amount of time it takes you to fill up an empty tank of gas to full. So we now have, with this technology, parity with gas cars. Like, the one thing that people were saying, oh, we can't possibly do that because gas cars, like, you can fill it up so fast. It is faster. See, Chinese electric vehicle manufacturer BYD has revealed new fast charging tech that can add 400 kilometers or 249 miles of range from a 5-minute charge. With the announcement, BYD has also promised to make a major investment in charging infrastructure, building over 4,000 of the new fast chargers across China. The Super E platform tech is capable of charging at peak speeds of 1,000 kilowatts, double the fastest Tesla V4 superchargers, which will peak at 500 kilowatts when they roll out this year. The faster charging tech is initially available in 2 new models, the Han L Sedan and the Tang L SUV, which start at a minimum of $37,333, which, damn, if I could buy those in the United States, that is the car that I would want. That is a very, very reasonable price for an EV of that range. And yeah, is this the car that is banned in the US? Yes, because all cars manufactured in China are banned here. Cool how that works. In order to completely solve our users' charging anxiety, we have been pursuing a goal to make the charging time of electric vehicles as short as the refueling time of petrol vehicles. BYD founder Wang Chanfu said from a Shenzhen launch event. This is the first time in the industry that the unit of megawatt has been achieved on charging power, which is, yeah, that's a pretty big breakthrough. Yeah. This is why part of me is so upset at Sean Fain being supportive of, like, the protectionist tariffs. Not calling them protectionist, the arbitrary tariffs that Donald Trump is putting in place to make American cars more expensive. Like, nah, just let us import these better cars. Let's open up manufacturing in the US to more car manufacturers and, like, make better cars here. Our cars suck. We're killing the planet. But you know, in addition to all of the political woes, all of the global protests against Tesla, they actually have a huge competitor. Yeah. BYD last year surpassed Tesla's sales by $10 billion last year. So, like, I think we know where the future is here. I'll pass on more non-unionized plants, though. Yeah, I mean, obviously, if they open here, the plants have to be unionized. But, like, I'm not opposed to more unionized plants opening in the US, or, like, shifting production from plants that would otherwise go out of business to, like, these cars and manufacturing them here, you know? I just think that, like, having these I don't know. It sucks. I want our cars to be better. I mean, I like Sean Fain on a lot of things. I find it really hard to swallow the whole, like, I'll be pro Trump on these tariffs. I don't like it. Especially when the damage is being done, like, to the entire country. It's going to hurt the unionized workers too. Those tariffs are going to fuck all of us. Well, Kaname the Alpha, the parody attempt feels a lot less parody like when you look at that guy's actual Twitter account and he's an anti-Semitic like piece of shit. You know, like it's a lot less parody when like that guy is actually like kind of a Hitlerite. I don't think anyone paid off Sean Fain. I think that it's just like whatever. We're not getting into it right now. No, Simric. Sean Fain is not an anti-Semite. People are talking about multiple things. Hey, Lady Ringcloud. Anyway, folks, you would like to get in on this and help hasten the end of Tesla. Here's the Tesla Takedown website. Go find a local gathering that you can join. Be loud. Continue organizing because, folks, keep in mind, if Tesla stock reaches like $100, $90, something like that, this could trigger an absolute collapse of Elon Musk's entire empire, and that would be a net benefit for literally the entire planet. So, there you go. There was a pretty good turnout last weekend. Hell yeah. Oh God, you guys are you're mixing up the two Seans again. I knew I shouldn't have mentioned him. God damn it. People are selling their Teslas. Who's buying them? I presume used car dealerships. That's not breaking news, non-binary. We talked about it like 6 hours ago. Hell yeah, Lady Raincloud. Run for office. Run, run, run.
Take this from a Projacker.
ACAB includes Tone Police. Thank you for the $5 super chat. I appreciate that very, very much. And did anyone know today was another no spend protest day? No. I genuinely did not hear that, and my entire life is paying attention to online politics. I didn't buy anything today. Hell yeah. Also, today's the special election, folks. Let's talk about what's going on in Wisconsin, shall we? Man, I really thought I was going to end that segment better, and I'm really upset that I didn't manage to do it and instead got bogged down in not the on-topic part of that segment. Fuck. I mean, Teslas are good cars. The Cybertruck literally explodes 17 times more than the Ford Pinto. And in case you thought that was me over exaggerating, analysis published Thursday by the auto news website FuelArc found that in the 1 year of existence, the approximately 34,000 Cybertrucks on the road had 5 fire fatalities, giving them a fatality rate of 14.5 per 100,000 units. That's 17 times the fatality rate of the Ford Pintos, whose famously flawed gas tank design on the car rear end led to 27 reported fire fatalities in its 9 years on the road, resulting in a fatality rate of 0.85 per 100,000 units. So it's literally 17 times more likely to kill you. Van Briggs, I felt the smile in my heart. My autism, I've been streaming for 6 hours. It's hard. It's hard to feel things at this point. Good riddance. The Cybertruck isn't legal in Europe. Hell yeah. Yet again, proving European supremacy over us American rubes. Tesla Cybertruck Uber cars, literally death camp for cutie. Okay. Just, folks, one last plug. We've been going for about 6 hours. Hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit the like button, and consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. And also, just as a heads up, if you like this lingerie that I'm wearing underneath this sheer top, consider that my partner's company just put in its first major order, and this is a pre-production model of what we're going to be making. It's lingerie for trans femmes, and it's through Imogene Olivia, and you can go to imogeneolivia.com if you'd like to sign up to be alerted when they go on sale. It's super cute. Imogene Olivia, we're selling bras and panties that match. And we have 2 different panty styles, the comfort fit and the smoothing fit, because it's for trans femmes, whether you are, you know, pre, post-op, non-op, whatever your situation is, okay? Link? Yeah, here you go. Does your partner have a staff? If I count this staff, then I guess. But it's cute. And I've been wearing it for the last 6 hours, and it is very comfy. Harold Dean, thank you for the 100 biddies. All right, folks. Whew. Trying to figure out if I have the gas to do this segment. I want to be able to, but maybe I'll do a segment in the daytime tomorrow before the election results are in. Mostly because I wanted to do this. I wanted to do this full Elon Musk vid, but it's like 2 fucking hours. And I don't know that I got that in me. I can't be up until like 4 o'clock in the morning. And if I'm being honest, I'm going to pause this video frequently to talk about how big of a dumb fuck he is. You know? I will, however, play you guys this initial opening part, because It's just what a fucking ding dong. See, look, he's wearing cheese. Look at him go.
And if the Supreme Court is able to redraw the districts, they will gerrymander the districts and deprive Wisconsin of 2 House seats on the Republican side.
Hey, fun fact about him talking about how Democrats are going to gerrymander the districts. Prior to the last state Supreme Court race, Wisconsin was so gerrymandered that like 60, like if you won something like 55 or 57% of the electoral vote, and if the Democrats won 57% of the electoral vote, Republicans still controlled like 60 something percent of the legislature. That's how gerrymandered it was.
Yeah.
Have you heard whispers of the constitutional convention they're trying to hold? They're not going to be able to hold a constitutional convention.
Exactly. The result of that could be that the House switches to a Democratic House. Yes, indeed. And then they will try to stop all of the government reforms that we're doing, and we're getting done for you, the American people. So the reforms that we're getting done in D.C., thanks to President Trump and his great team,
Well, you don't have to hope that they can't, John Smith. You need 2/3 of both the House and the Senate to vote for a constitutional convention to be held, which they're not going to do. The other option is getting 2/3 of state legislatures to vote to hold a constitutional convention. And like, you're not getting 33 states to do that for amending the Constitution for like Trump to run again or something. That's just not going to happen.
Are really profound. Really, the goal is very simple. It's to restore merit and freedom.
And we're doing that by putting literally the dumbest motherfuckers in charge. Pete Hegseth, a guy completely unqualified for the position. Or Mike Waltz, a guy who leaked all of our battle plans on Signal.
So that's what it comes down to.
Merit, baby.
So America is the land of freedom and opportunity. So we want to restore individual freedoms, freedom of speech, just in general, get the government off your back.
You can't talk about fucking freedom of speech while you're banning books about slavery from elementary schools, motherfucker.
So
you literally don't allow people to say cis on your website. Fuck off.
And then make sure that you succeed in the United States as a function of your hard work and your talent, and nothing else. So these are really noble and important principles, and I'll talk more about this, all night really, as long as you guys want to hear about it. But as you may have seen with stuff that we've posted on the Doge.gov website and the Doge handle on the X platform, there is a tremendous amount of waste and fraud in the federal government. Like, shocking, really. It's insane. Yeah, it's really wild. So, So, yeah, it's insane. Yeah, it's really wild.
Like, what is that person saying?
Waste and fraud in the federal on the X platform. There is a tremendous amount of waste and fraud in the federal government. Like, shocking, really. It's insane.
I think someone said, like your companies, Elon.
Yeah. It's really wild. So, like, I mean, it was inevitable that at least a few Soros operatives would be in the audience.
Dude, you literally came here to give people $1 million checks for voting. Like, you don't get to play the George Soros paid protester card. They just fucking hate you. Honestly, the fact that, like, in this auditorium of like 2,000 people, there are a bunch of people here willing to come out to boo this man and take up space. Great. Good. Get fucking heckled, fucking weirdo.
Give my regards to George. Say hi to George from me. USA, USA, USA.
Look at him, like, using one of the oldest tricks in the book. Yeah, whenever you don't want to actually engage with a topic, just chant USA to a crowd of Republicans. Get out of jail free card that works every time.
USA. Yep. I mean, it was inevitable. I was waiting for that one. So, I mean,
yeah, there's a whole thing around this, and I was gonna go into it. I just don't have the energy. I don't have the gumption in me tonight to deal with this chuckle fuck. I thought I would. I thought it'd be funny, but I'm just enraged. But like, my understanding is that the Attorney General of Wisconsin brought a suit against Elon Musk to block the $1 million checks. An appeals court said no, largely on the grounds that the state, the Attorney General did not have standing, and that instead a local prosecutor would have to bring the case. That's my understanding. Like, it was a jurisdiction thing that was going on there. I'm not an expert. I'd love to talk with one, but that's my understanding, is that, like, it's clearly a violation of the law, but it needs to be prosecuted by a local prosecutor who is not going to do that. So
I mean, yeah, thank you. Thanks, guys. Yeah, I mean, I mean, isn't it shocking how much violence and hatred is coming from the left? I mean, isn't it supposed to be the party that they claim to be, the party of empathy, and yet they're burning Teslas and shooting up dealerships and calling for the death of the president and me? I'm like,
no, bud. No one's calling for your death. We're just asking you to have many, many, many long and luxurious rides in your very sturdy and safe Tesla Cybertrucks. That's all we're asking. We're just asking you to take a break every once in a while. Put your feet up. Fully engage autopilot in your Tesla Cybertruck. That's all we're asking for. You know, show us the quality of your cars, Elon. Go on a road trip across America with only autopilot. You know, take your Cybertruck to the Grand Canyon, up the highest peaks of the Appalachians. You know, I just want to see you drive these incredibly safe vehicles that you would absolutely be proud to have your name on. That's all we're asking.
guys, you know, this is insane. Like, they're gone psycho. I mean, it's really, like, I totally understand if somebody doesn't want to buy a product. Yeah, it's up to you. It's a free country, you know, but you don't have to burn it down. Okay? But much. That's somebody else's car. Leave it alone.
Oh man, look at it. He's been working on his tight five since he was on Chappelle.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, so, man, the derangement level on the left is just like, it's blown my mind, frankly. I mean, I'm like, what is going on? They've just lost it next level. I'm like, it's like, whoa. And I sort of wonder what's, the legacy media is in part to blame for this, and maybe primarily to blame for this, because, it's really terrible. It's like, if they keep calling,
Yeah, we need to get rid of the media and, all of these dissenters, and, we need to make sure, like, we keep America safe by getting rid of the lying media, of course.
Obviously called President Trump every name in the book. I think there was one article that called the president worse than Hitler, Mussolini, and Stalin combined. And I'm like, actually, President Trump's not killed anyone. In fact, he's very good at stopping wars.
He literally directed ICE to sell people into slavery. Like, I don't know. They got sent to a fucking concentration camp. Like, overseas. I don't know. Doesn't seem like a great dude. Hasn't killed anyone yet. Has literally ordered drone strikes and airstrikes on civilian targets within the last week. I don't like, he's threatening multiple countries with invasion right now. He literally had a larger drone warfare program his last term than Obama did. Like, man, fuck off.
Not starting them. So, we're really very different. Maybe we need to
Jaeger Larson, thank you for the gifted sub to Box and Socks.
Because I don't know if people understand, what the difference. Do they know what Hitler, Mussolini, and Stalin did? It seems they don't.
I don't think this guy does, frankly.
I mean, it's just indicative of the poor quality of education pushed by the National Department of Education. So,
the National Department of Education doesn't push educational standards. That's decided on a state and local level, which he would know if he gave a shit about anything he's talking about.
That's why we want to restore freedom to the states, let the states decide on the educational agenda.
The states literally do decide that. If I watch more of this, I will have an aneurysm. I will die screaming on this live stream. I found Hitler, Mussolini. Oh God. Oh my God. I was not expecting that.
And not have something pushed by a bunch of neo-Marxists in DC. So,
yeah, I would guess in the entirety of Washington, D.C., the city, there's maybe 5 people total you could ever describe as a neo-Marxist, and none of them have access to the Capitol or the White House.
I mean, it is astounding how much anti-American propaganda is pushed on kids today in schools. It's mind-blowing. It's like, what the hell's going on, So, anyway. But on a more positive note...
Yeah, do you have any examples? Any examples at all? You're just gonna say that? Just throwing it out there? Okay.
We have this petition, sort of against activist judges, because judges should be simply interpreting the law, not making the law.
Hey, that's really interesting, and I would maybe grant a little bit more merit to your argument about this petition if you weren't literally the world's richest man handing out $1 million checks at this event to people to get them to vote for your guy who's a partisan activist judge. For fuck's sake.
So in appreciation for the support of people in signing this petition against activist judges. We just want judges to be judges, you know, which is a reasonable thing to ask for. We're obviously
yeah, that's why you dropped $20 million into this race. Sure, bud.
Seeing like some crazy stuff in DC where, you know, it seems like it's like any federal judge can stop any action by the president, of the United States.
Yes, that is how federal judges work. You are describing how our system has worked since the founding of the country.
This is insane. Like, this has got to stop. It's got to stop at the federal level and at the state level. But let me first hand out two $1 million checks.
Then fucking hell! Fucking hell! Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, we've got to stop all of this partisan hackery going on around here. You know, we shouldn't allow these judges to stop anything the president does at the federal or the state level. Anyway, I'm about to give out these $1 million checks.
Checks in appreciation.
Are you guys ready to see me get really fucking angry?
Okay, so the first check goes to Nicholas Jacobs.
Are you guys ready for me to get really fucking angry?
All right. Now, I should say that the reason, the reason for the checks is that it's really just to get attention. It's like we need to get attention, and it's somewhat inevitably when I do these things, the sort of it causes the legacy media to like kind of lose their minds.
Yeah, because there are laws against paying people to vote. That would be why. You are breaking the law. And in any just society, you would be like summarily like put on trial. Because frankly, it's fucking illegal. The only reason this guy isn't being prosecuted, the only reason, is because he's the world's richest man. If you as an individual offer money to people to vote, you are going to go to jail. I cannot emphasize enough that if you are not the world's richest man, you're going to go to jail. People have been prosecuted for giving people water who are waiting in line to vote. People have been prosecuted for making food for people waiting in line to vote. I cannot emphasize enough that this man is breaking the fucking law.
And then they'll run it on every news channel, and I'm like, I couldn't pay them it would cost like 10 times more, or to get the kind of coverage that we get. So, all right. Thank you so much. You're welcome.
Hey, fun fact about this guy, by the way. This man that he is giving this $1 million check to is the head of the Wisconsin Republicans. You know, just a random check given to a random guy. Don't look into it. Haha. He's the chairman of the fucking Wisconsin Republican Party.
You know those winners were plants because they weren't gonna take the chance of someone taking that check and being like BTW, I hope Tesla burns.
He's literally a guy... Sorry, the Wisconsin College Republicans. He literally worked for Ron Johnson and Derek Van Orden in Congress. What a disgusting display. amazingly, they recorded testimonials for America PAC. The chairman of the college Republicans here, this chucklefuck, said, I was in the audience and my name was called as the recipient of a check for $1 million. I didn't believe it. I was nervous. I was shaking. Musk is motivating people to go out and vote in a way that hasn't been done before. And basically, these people are being chosen to be the spokespeople for the petition in opposition to activist judges. So they're nominally being hired to serve as propagandists. This is about as much as I can handle. It's absolutely disgusting display. Understand what this is. Understand that this is a concerted effort to undermine our democracy. And that they think they can get away with it because of the amount of money they have. And you know, frankly, at this point, right now, for the next 3.5 years, they might be right. But if you want to hold Elon Musk accountable, go to those Tesla takedown protests, folks. TeslaTakedown.com. That's the way to do it. And if you're in Wisconsin, you can vote for Judge Susan Crawford today. So get out there and vote, folks, because the votes matter and showing up at those protests matters. Oh, God. No, CF, I have no idea what you're talking about. Also, I saw a bunch of people in the comments of some of the YouTube videos saying, like, well, Jeff Bezos did this in Georgia 4 years ago. And genuinely, Gamer G, did you hear anything about that? Because I have heard nothing about that. And as far as I can tell, that's something made up by conservatives to justify why Elon doing this is okay. Yeah, that definitely did not sound like a real thing. And I was like, if that's a real thing, show me some evidence, because I'd love to talk about it on my show. But people were coming at me saying like, oh, yeah, Jeff Bezos was doing lotteries 4 years ago in Georgia. And I'm like, I don't think that's true. And if it was, I would fucking despise that. I don't like billionaires fucking with our politics. I want our democracy to be a goddamn democracy and not something that people with money are buying. God, Republicans think that like literally anyone who anyone of like a different political ideology must be like as corrupt as them, you know? God damn. If it were my side, Democrats, I'd support it. Nah, fuck that. Fuck billionaires. I don't care if they're friendly to my interests. Fuck them. Because guess what? And this is the secret. You guys ready for it? No billionaire is on your side. Because you are not a billionaire. If you're a billionaire, you're on the side of billionaires. There is no war but class war. And ultimately, folks, a billionaire is going to fuck you, whether they appear on your side or not. That kind of mindset cost us this election. That is literally the stupidest thing I've seen in this chat today. We need to be pragmatic. I understand the need for pragmatism, but also you need to understand that literally no one in this election was like, yes, the billionaires. No, fuck that. Fuck that. It's just like, you know, like, I don't know, go lick boots. I'm not here for that. I don't know where you're getting this, like, oh yes, if only billionaires had been kowtowed more to in this past election, we would have won. Where on earth have you pulled that narrative from? Where on earth? You think the billionaires were like, there are too many leftists now. We can't invest in the Kamala Harris campaign. You know, the campaign that's being dictated its economic policy to by an executive at fucking Uber. Yeah, they're just not friendly enough to our corporate interests. They should have been forced to support our side. How? How do you suppose that would happen? How on earth could Kamala Harris have competed with a guy who's going to gut Social Security and Medicaid and Medicare and hand it to billionaires? There is no competition for that. Force them under threat of antitrust lawsuits to support them's my guy. They're just gonna invest harder into the other guy. Because that's how billionaires work. How would that have done anything? They would have just poured $10 billion into Donald Trump. My God. Think, chatter, think! We would have threatened and coerced them into compliance. How? Do you have any idea how long it takes to do an antitrust lawsuit? Do you have any idea? Do you have any idea how long it takes from start to finish? Do you know how long it takes? And do you know how long a lawyer or a legal team can delay when it's funded by the richest fucking people on the planet? And additionally, just throwing this out there, how would that meaningfully diminish their wealth in a way where they couldn't just buy it back easier from the other guy? Like, unironically, I'm shocked. Literally, you had Lena Khan under Biden in the FTC. And she was doing what you were saying should be done. She was bringing antitrust lawsuits. So I don't know exactly why you're trying to say, oh man, we should have done that. That was happening. So, like, I'm not sure exactly where you're getting this from, but like, I'm losing it, bro. I'm losing it, bro. I'm aroused, but in the Chuck Schumer sense.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
Like, I don't know. The idea that you can coerce billionaires with antitrust lawsuits, and then, like, the idea that if you won, you should actually follow through and drop those antitrust lawsuits is insane to me. Like, what the hell? If I'm not mistaken, most antitrust lawsuits take a minimum of 3 years. Yeah, and these are not going to be the fastest like they're going to be delayed specifically to buy time until a Donald Trump administration can come in, and then they'll come in and drop all those lawsuits, which is exactly what happened. Do I have a clip of Senator Kennedy talking about his love for omelets? No. Did Senator Kennedy have like a sexual affair with omelets? I'm kind of wasted now. Okay, that explains a lot. All right, nailed it. I literally can't find anything about Jeff Bezos holding a voting lottery. It's likely something completely made up off of Q or 4chan type forums. That's what I figured, but I thought I'd do my due diligence after I looked and couldn't find anything to ask if any of you guys knew or could find anything. All right, folks. Oh, Sylvia Peterson, thank you. Also, folks, I met my grandma for the first time since I came out this weekend, and it went pretty well. It went pretty well. She's 99 years old, so she struggled a little bit with pronouns, but she thought my partner was me, so I think I look sufficiently different. we both walked in. But yeah, 99 years old. She can still wrap her head around trans people, you know? Yeah, you want to know the crazy thing? 1926. 1926. And you know what? She's still sharp as a tack. Like her memory is a bit wonky, but like she really enjoyed getting breakfast with us. Would it be mean to ask your grandma to talk to your dad? Yeah. I'm not going to do that. It's not her business. She was my age when Chuck Schumer was born. Yeah, right? Yeah, she still remembers the Great Depression. You know? Like she will still like hold on to like stuff in case it's useful. How does she not get it? How does she get it, but not boomers or Xers? Because, like, I don't know, she loves me, you know? And, you know, can I just say a couple of things about that day? Number one, hearing her shit talk Donald Trump was great. And number two, and I think this in particular bodes well, and it's a good anecdote, I think, to end stream with. And that is that afterwards, my partner and I drove around for a little bit and just talked about how it went. And we went to an estate sale. And we went into this estate sale, and it's kind of like a nasty, sleety, kind of snowy, haily day. We walk in, and there's like a bunch of old people just kind of like chilling out, hanging out, watching over the estate sale. And as they're hanging out, they're probably like they're boomer age. They're all hanging out, and you know, I'm looking through the estate sale, and there's like a lot of books by like Glenn Beck, and there's like a couple of books from the Left Behind series on the shelves, and I'm like, oh man, we're in a conservative house. I don't feel good about this. But then I start listening to what they're saying in the other room, and all of them were shit talking Donald Trump and how embarrassed they were and how over it they were. And like, you know, they're like Navy combat vets, you know, and they're like, you know, they cannot believe how this administration is screwing over veterans. And like, you know, they're, you know, feel like all the cuts being made to the VA. And like, I was just like, oh, this is a really good sign, actually. Like going in the middle of Minnesota into a random home of elderly people, just all talking shit about Donald Trump. That is good. And I think it was pretty clear that they were not liberal conservative. They were not liberal boomers. I think they were conservatives. And I think even they are tired of this shit. You know, you get a lot of those like psychos, like that one woman we read a couple op-eds from earlier. And like, that makes it seem like a lot of folks are like just pure cultist about this stuff. And it's just not the case, you know? Liz Galahad, it's been going down. And I think really what will make it go down, and I had this prepped for, you know, later. Maybe I can find it here. This one, no. Here we go. You know, I'll talk about this again tomorrow, but like, over the weekend, the Wall Street Journal reported that the administration was considering a 20% broad tariff for its April 2nd announcement. A 20% tariff would, if combined with this year's other tariffs, raise the effective U.S. tariff rate to 33%, the highest since 1872. So that's not good, really. This would raise prices by 2.1 to 2.6% in the short run, a loss in purchasing power equal to equivalent to $3,400 to $4,200 per household annually in 2024, and shave 0.9 to 1 percentage point off of the 2025 real U.S. real GDP growth. Make U.S. real GDP persistently 0.3 to 0.6% smaller in the long run, equivalent to $90 to $180 billion per year. Make the rest of the world worse off too in the long run, especially Canada and Mexico. But interestingly, with minimal effects on China, raise 3.1 to 4.1 trillion over a decade, and 450 to 550 billion less from dynamic effects. Hurt households at the bottom 3 times more than those at the top, and raise food prices by 3.7%, about double the rate of recent grocery inflation. So something tells me that if this goes into effect, people are going to be...
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
Yeah, when suddenly the economics actually tighten on these people who are supportive of Trump, when things get worse, when they're having to scrimp and save even more, I think that approval rating is going to get a lot lower. I think we're going to find the true bottom. You know? So we'll see. My hope is that the pain hits sooner rather than later, so we can get on with getting these people out. Not hard to find true bottoms. Not in Riverboat Jack's chat. The one true bottom. You all have to fight each other to determine the one true bottom. I saw 3 articles today, one from BBC talking about if a third term is possible. No, it's not. Arm curls and a squish, you got it. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And of course, squish. Also, like, doesn't this bra make my boobs look very boobily? It's so good. It's so good, and you can get in the running to get one over at ImogeneOlivia.com. There you go. Nailed it. Nailed the advertisement. You too can breast boobily as a trans femme, or just a femme, or, you know, if you're like a cis dude and just want to look hot. You know? We support all kinds. Booba. Let's see, folks. Last call. We've been going for 6.5 hours. If you've been enjoying the stream, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. Consider dropping those subs, those donos, those memberships, those super chats, especially if you've gotten anything out of today's stream. Whether it's information, enjoyment, hilarity, giggles, snorts, anything less seemly. And yeah. The polling is crazy right now. Most of the Trump and Elon's Republican Party ideas have bottomed out with terrible approval ratings, but not Trump's overall approval rating, which means there's so much not knowing. Trump is the one doing this, not mysterious forces. There's a lot of coping, and Trump will totally make things better. Just wait. Yeah, that does really seem where things are right now. Forlorn, thank you for the 30 biddies. I appreciate it. Oh, I'm sleepy. Well, I mean, the reason he wouldn't be able to do a third term is because you can't do a third term. It's like constitutionally limited to 2 terms. Like, I imagine he could try, but like, he's gonna. I think he's genuinely gonna be too old to like even attempt it. Like, he's already like gone mentally. He's literally going golfing like every weekend. He's gonna be like slurring his words and like drooling in 3 years. How do we make him leave if he refuses to leave? TOS. Give him a long ride in a nice Cybertruck. Anyway, yeah, Tesla on sabbatical. You got it, Rainbow Krampus.
A channel called Powered by Rainbows did a video about companies that gave monetary support and endorsements to Trump's campaign.
Oh, I will check it out, One-Eyed Heathen. Thank you for the $5 super chat. And for likely being the last person to support me today on stream. I appreciate you. Thank you so goddamn much. The off-white dress a few days back. The off-white dress. Oh, kind of that pink dress that has like a little bow right here. I like that one too. A knit pencil skirt. Oh, no. Let me see. It was when I was wearing the gloves, right? I like that outfit too. I know which one you're talking about. That was a pink dress, yes. But it was kind of like a sweater dress, yeah. Are you into chokers at all? I love chokers. Van Briggs, sometimes my camera does color dirty.
Here's for some good luck tomorrow for those elections.
Hell yeah, this one. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Appreciate you immensely. And also, yeah. If you're in Florida, if you're in Wisconsin, you got to go vote in those special elections. It's your due diligence. You got to do it. And you know, tomorrow I might just play like a video game or something. I really want to just like chill. And I want to play Kazan, the Last Berserker. I've been really excited to play it. And I haven't been able to even start it. It's been really hard to not play that game. I just haven't had the time. Hello, Miss Machine. Okay, I'm gonna go. Good day.
I'm not a coal miner, as you well know, but I'm as close as I could be not to be one. My father was a coal miner who was killed in the mines, and my husband is slowly dying with black lung. And my husband and me was in the strike in the 30s in bloody Harlan County, and I do mean it is bloody too. And they tell me, these miners say, we're going to stick it out unless Duke Power signs the contract till hell freezes over. Have got nothing to lose but their chains and their union to gain. So I say, hang in there. And now this song I composed in the 30s. And as you know, I'm old, that's 40 years ago, and I can't sing very well. But you can ask the scabs and the gun thugs which side they're on, because they're workers too. Come all you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell. How the good old Union has come in here to dwell. Which side are you on? Which side are you on? If you go to Harlan County, there is no neutral there. You'll either be a Union man or a thug for J.H. Blair. Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Come all of you good workers, good news to you I'll tell of how the good old Union has come in here to dwell. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? My daddy was a miner, and I'm a miner's son, and I'll stick with the Union till every battle's won. Oh, which side side are you on? Which side are you on? They say in LA County there are no neutrals there. You'll either be a union man or a scab for the boss, beware. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, workers, can you stand it? Oh, tell me how you can. Will you be a lousy scab or will you be a man? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Don't scare for the bosses. Don't listen to their lies. Us poor folks haven't got a chance unless we organize. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, 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 which side are you on? And I